Welcome everybody to ReDefy Academy League. My name is The Small Dog, and joining me tonight is Crackadonius. We are about to witness two orgs that have gone head-to-head several times. They are two of the top orgs in almost all of the leagues. We're seeing World Class and Predictive Gaming. This time it is World Class Splash versus Predictive Gaming Raijin. And both making it out of the quarterfinals. I can't remember.
We're in the
semis. Yeah, we're in the quarterfinals. Yeah, both making it out of the semifinals, moving into quarterfinals. How you doing, Crackadonius?
I am doing pretty good. I'm really excited to see these two teams. We see a team that hasn't lost at all in Predictive Gaming Raijin, as well as a really solid team in World Class Splash. Somebody that I've casted it for as well in the past. And these two teams are looking like really solid overall teams. And I think that we could see World Class Splash, make a potential upset here with how good they've looked in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. World Class Splash, one of the best teams in the league for sure. They did very well in their division. Moving out, they've done successful so far in the playoffs, but we'll have to see how these games go. A lot riding on the shoulders of Atlas, in my opinion. A lot of jungle pressure exerted from him throughout the games in the regular season. And already we saw the ban coming out in the form of the Graves for him, and Diana getting banned away. We were talking a little bit before the stream. Reese's Cup is 5-0 on that Diana, so I don't really see a way that he gets that champion series long.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at the picks that he's had in the past, he's kind of had mixed results on a lot of his other champions. He is 1-0 on the Victor, 1-0 on the Zoe. I mean, relatively good champions regardless of how you play them, as long as you know how to play them, obviously. But a Diana obviously pops out on that list, him being undefeated on the Diana. So getting that ban taken or getting that pick taken away from them is going to make World Class Splash feel a little bit uncomfortable when they have to put their mid laner on something that he isn't almost guaranteed to win lane on.
Yeah, absolutely. The AD carries as well as junglers getting picked up early on here. So we see the Kane coming out for Atlas. He has some success in this league. So far, he's 2-0 on the champion in the league. I am a little bit surprised though with the Hecarim getting picked up here that they didn't opt for something more like the Olaf to add a little bit more early game pressure, but Kane will scale very well, does fairly well into Hecarim as well. So, following that up with the mid laners here, Lux is going to get locked in as well as Cassiopeia. That's probably a support Lux though.
Yeah, I would assume it would be a support Lux. I mean, mid lane Lux in general has just been relatively weak this whole season. Hasn't seen a lot of play. I've seen it in a few leagues, and when it has the chance to, it can really pop off. But it's a relatively just safe pick, if anything else. But I would rather see it support, I think, here. And one other thing to note here is actually the Thresh is most likely going to be left up here unless it's this last ban. Which would be a huge... Oh, there it is. Okay. So we're going to actually have to see their Bonehard here go on probably a new support, because we're probably not going to see a Braum here unless they go something like an Ashe Braum, or I guess they can't even because they have the Jhin already. It just doesn't mix well with the Jhin typically. So we're probably going to see a new support coming out on the side of Predictive Gaming Raijin here, just because the synergy between Braum Jhin just isn't that great.
I'm actually... I was just going to say, I'm a little surprised there was so much focus on support. The Nautilus getting banned away there. That's also a support that Chalapi plays. I don't know if he's actually playing for the team today. He has only played for some of their games. But yeah, that is a support that they could have taken as well, and Chalapi has had success on in the past. So, but yeah, targeting the champion pool there for Mr. Bonehard, definitely one of the playmakers of the team. And we see the Blitzcrank does get locked in there, so...
Yeah, and we're going to see a new mid laner here as well in the Syndra coming out for Reese's Cup. Yeah. So that's going to be that's a new pick that we haven't seen yet this season. So that might be, I mean, it might be a great pick, but we're going to probably see pretty mixed results here early with all of his mid laners that he's comfortable on getting banned out with the Orianna and Diana. Those are basically the only things he's been playing this season.
Yeah, a lot of focus onto Reese's, and I think it's deserved too. Reese's has shown up in some of his earlier games here, and we did see Zed's going to get locked in, and that makes me believe it might be your daddy playing in the top lane as opposed to Better on top. We'll have to see once we get into the lobby here, but yeah, so Zed's going to get picked up as well as the Cassiopeia. So I'm assuming it's going to be Flopper Goblin on the Cassiopeia, well, and your daddy on Zed, but we'll see. I'm not actually sure if he is playing or not. And then we did get the Ornn as well, so a safe pick in the top lane.
Yeah, this is a relatively interesting comp on the side of Predictive
Okay.
Gaming. On the side of Predictive Gaming Raijin, they don't really have a normal top laner. I mean, as you can see here, they have the Cassio, they have the Zed, which I guess could be flexed, as well as the Jhin. I guess you could flex all of them. I don't think we would see the Zed outside of mid lane. Just because it is a pretty decent pick into the Syndra, especially if she ever wastes her E. It's basically just a free kill for the Zed. But maybe we'll see a top lane Cassio. I mean, I definitely don't think that we're going to take the Jhin away from the Blitzcrank because they do synergize relatively well with basically getting a free W and everything for the Jhin. If the Blitzcrank hits any sort of his abilities, you can easily follow up with the W and then I mean, it's really easy to chain CC those two champions together if given the right circumstances and given the ability to hit those relatively easily. But this
just
is
knowing. Sorry, I was just going to say, just knowing Almot, though, having played with him in the past, I think it is going to be Cassiopeia, and we did see it get locked in as well. So that's going to be Cassiopeia versus Ornn, kind of a bit of a bully in that lane. And Almot is one of those players who really likes to get rolling, so I expect Sly to be spending extra time top lane to see him get some early kills and kind of snowball that lane into the mid game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting actually because on the side of Predictive Gaming, you don't really have a huge tank. Like I guess Hecarim can be if you really want to build him like that, but I would assume in this specific scenario, he's going to be wanting to get on the Caitlyn, wanting to get on the Syndra and Lux as much as possible just to try to kill them. So I don't think he's going to be super tanky. And then you have your Blitzcrank, which isn't really tanky at all until you get 2, 3, 4 items even. And it's really hard to have that frontline presence here coming from just a Hecarim Blitzcrank versus something like an Ornn, who can, I mean, he can tank for days if he gets the ability to. And if he ever gets ahead, it's going to be a really hard time for this Cassio to do much of anything unless she's just able to constantly kite the Ornn and be able to move back. But even then, it's more of a defensive thing than an offensive thing, which is something you kind of want to be able to do as a Cassiopeia. Being able to go towards these things like the Caitlyn, Syndra, Lux, and being able to, burst them down with your damage with that, ticking poison and everything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is going to be really important for Cassiopeia to not fall behind. And I think that kind of applies to this whole team here as well. Zed is one of those champions that can absolutely pop off if it's ahead. And if he were to fall behind, that isn't going to be necessarily the worst thing in the world. That he does have some targets he can still do a lot of damage to, even without a ton of items, such as Caitlyn. He can hop on her as well as Lux. But having the Blitzcrank, you're really kind of playing for this early mid game. He's not terrible at playing late game. It's just I think he's kind of there to get the ball rolling a bit.
Right, and it definitely is a really good pick into something like a Lux Caitlyn, because if you hit a bind on one of those two champions, like especially with the follow-up damage that you have with the Jhin, and then potentially if a Hecarim comes and ganks, if you hit a hook on that, they're just dead. Like there's nothing that they can really do about that to stop you if you're hitting those hooks consistently, especially on something like a Lux, that is, if she ever wastes her Q, it's just Dunzo for her, because she has no chance of getting out of that. They're going to have enough damage to be able to burst her down relatively quickly, even through her W. And same thing goes for the Caitlyn. The only chance that she has at that point is if she's able to, use her 90 caliber net and be able to, dodge that. But she has a little bit of mobility, but the Lux really just doesn't have anything.
Yeah, and Boneheart is a super playmaker there. I just realized the reason why we remade that lobby there was because Flopper Goblin was not in LCS order. He was below Bluebird, which is the 80 carry. I was wondering for a second, I was like, is Flopper Goblin 80 carry this game? That's crazy. Because he's played mid lane for all the other games. But no, he is going to be mid lane. So they just swapped him up real quick. That's what that remake was about. And yeah, we should be getting into games soon here. But like I was saying, Bonehard, incredible playmaker. I mean, he's been playing. He had 3 games on Braum, which is a little bit more of a defensive support, but he's played Leona, Nautilus, and Thresh. Those are his most played. So he absolutely wants to be that guy who's making the plays. Same with Sly. So I expect top lane, bottom lane. Honestly, like I could go on about Ryzen. They have very great players on their team, and I think their stats definitely reflect that. 10-0, they've played extremely well. 2-0ing in their best of 3 against Tartarus, knocking their sister team out of the running for the playoffs. So yeah, they absolutely look like a strong competitor this split here.
Right. I think it is really good to note here actually that World Class Splash is really playing to their strengths here. They they are a late game team. They drafted for late game. They have the better scaling bot lane overall. Especially with how a Blitzcrank kind of drops off once you get to that late game, unless he's hitting hooks consistently, which is really hard to do in the late game. So they're drafting for late game. They know their game plan and they're sticking to it, which is really, really good for teams, especially in this ELO, that really try to play against how their other teams are playing rather than how they are comfortable playing. And I think that that's going to be something for World Class Splash that is actually something to really look forward to, because they are going to be relatively comfortable with this comp that they have, because they want to scale, they want to do stuff. But on the other side, you have Predictive Gaming, which wants to make these plays. They want to get ahead early. So it's going to be really clash of 2 different play styles, and whoever is able to use theirs more efficiently, I think is going to come out on top here in game 1.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think Predictive Gaming actually got a fairly comfortable draft here. Getting the Hecarim as well as Cassiopeia, I think that was kind of an oversight on the side of Splash. Leaving the Cassiopeia up, Almot has a lot of games played on him. It's no secret that he loves playing this champion. He's really good at it too. So I think that might have actually been a bit of a mistake there. And I just want to go back here and look at the bans. So yeah, it was first Ahri, Ezreal, then Nautilus for Splash. I actually don't know if Nautilus was that great of a ban, because you get the first pick Caitlyn no matter what. I think you probably could have swapped out Nautilus with something else, because say they get Nautilus, I honestly don't think it's like, I guess it is. It is really good for engages, just the depth charge alone. But yeah, I don't think it's that much different than Blitzcrank. He's just got a little bit more extra range to potentially make picks happen.
Right. I definitely agree with that. It's going to come a lot down to, though, again, how these teams are going to be able to use their compositions effectively. But yeah. I do believe if we get to, over 35 minutes in this game, that World Class Splash, especially if it's a closer game, is going to have a pretty large advantage here. Just because their picks are really, really strong in the late game.
Yeah.
You have the Kayn that really starts to pop off, especially if he's going Red Kayn, which I would assume he would here. And then you have the Ornn, which is just a gigantic tank always. You'll have the Syndra being able to basically one-shot the Zed or the Jhin, and even maybe the Cassio if he can get on top of her. Once you get that tier 3 ultimate, and the Caitlyn, if positioned well, can really put out a ton of damage on this entirety of the team. And the only real threat to him, or to the Caitlyn rather, is going to be the Zed, which late game the Zed starts to fall off as CC comes online and teams are starting to gather together.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at Splash's team composition, they have a lot of initiation. So if they get champion, say Zed is trying to split push, if they're able, they can very easily lock him down and just kill him and then go back to whatever objective they were going after there. But as we load into the Rift here, I just want to remind you guys, this is a best of 5 series, so stick around. This is going to be a long one. We're in for hopefully some pretty fun, action-packed games. These two teams are very aggressive, so I expect this to be a really exciting match. And again, this is semifinals. So the winner of this is going to go on to face the winner of either Lost Collective. It's either going to be Lost Collective or World Class Avalanche. Those are the two other teams playing in the other side of the bracket. So whoever wins from that is going to face the winner of this, and the two losers are going to fight for third place. So it's going to be $400 for the winner of the finals, $250 for second place, and $100 for third place. So no matter what, if whichever team loses today, they still have a chance to win some money. And this is some pretty big money on the line. $450. I must have misspoken there. Yeah, $450 for the winner of first place. Yeah.
Hey, even better.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge prize pool, really. And especially in a league like this that hasn't, I mean, it's not a super long league in general. That's a pretty giant prize pool that we're going for here.
Yeah.
So I'm sure these teams have to be pretty hyped to even be in this position, to be in the top 4, and have a chance to, at least make their money back, if not, making some pretty good money out of this. So, I mean, they're definitely going to be trying hard here. You definitely have to think that they're going to, be bringing their A game here, because they really want to win this this tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think you kind of saw it in the draft there. Both teams really want it. And some power picks getting banned away. I'm actually, again, just going back to the draft once again. Ezreal, I find, is kind of a surprising ban. Like, Bluebird does have a crazy record on him. He's got 6-0 in the games played, but like, to be fair, they've won all of their games so far. So like,
right.
I don't feel like he's insane on Ezreal. It's just that's what he's end up getting drafted on most often. So I think, honestly, Splash might have some things to look at for their draft going into the future here. I think the Nautilus Ezreal targeting that bot lane may not have been the right choice, but we'll see. They did get Bonehard onto like one of his 3rd or 4th pick supports. So we'll see if it actually pays off for them.
Right, definitely. It's gonna be really interesting, though. Hopefully we get to the game here soon, so we're able to see how it kind of works out. But I'm really interested, as we're loading in the game here, really interested to see how this is going to work out. Just because there's so many small things that could add up to be a really gigantic shift in this game, especially in the early game, coming on the side of Predictive Gaming. If they're able to make those plays early, it could really, take this game out of control really quickly.
Yeah, and I think that all starts with this level 1 here. We'll figure out what the teams are going to do early on. Obviously, a very strong level 1 for Predictive Gaming, but I mean, you can't really discount the possibility of like a binding into a trap. So blindly invading is going to be a little bit dangerous.
Right. It's going to be pretty hard for either team to get off a huge invade here. I think the only chance that they have is maybe hitting a crazy hook on this Blitzcrank, but it looks like they're not even going to try to. They're just doing a classic 5-point, which I think is pretty smart for both teams here. It could pay off pretty well for Predictive Gaming, but if at best you're going to get 1 kill, and at this point in the game, it's not going to really mean much. I mean, first blood, yeah, sure, whatever. But unless you're getting that onto something that can really snowball out of control like the Zed, it's going to be pretty. It's not going to be worth much at this point.
I think
for the potential, pushback on that, you could die for it in all reality with something like a luck.
Yeah. I think with 5 games to play, possibly, neither team really wants to risk everything on a, level 1 50-50. So playing it safe, both junglers starting their red buff here. And it looks like we're going to have standard lanes, nothing crazy, except for the Cassiopeia in the top lane. That is a little bit crazy, but it's almost. So.
Yeah, definitely. These are relatively normal starts here. I like that the Hecarim actually soloed the red just because of the fact that now you don't know where he's going to be at, because he typically, if he does solo, he does like Raptors or something like that. But starting red, I think it will change up the pathing a little bit and make sure that they don't know quite where exactly the Sec Room is going to be at, especially with the no leash. It's going to be really useful for him because, you know, the same way that the Kane's basically able to untrack the untrackable because he can solo camps, the Hecarim will do the same here, and he will get a little low because of the fact, but just being able to have that difference in pathing is going to help him be a little bit more unpredictable as a Hecarim player.
Right. I'm curious, Crackadennis, are you jungle main?
I used to be jungle main.
Okay.
I used to main Hecarim, so I know his jungle pass a little bit from season 7 and 8 or so. Gotcha. But I normally am a support main. I play a lot of Morgana, a lot of Nautilus, so would love to see Morgana play because I am basically a Morgana one trick with like 500k, but you know.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we might see some Morgana. It might be in the jungle, though.
I heard that. I was really excited when I heard that there was a Morgana jungle player. Yeah,
Sly's played 2 games. We did see a hook in the bot lane landing onto Chalapi. He's going to take a lot of damage. Ignited down, but he gets a good bind onto Blitzcrank. Puts back some damage, and they're going to walk away. Sly's going to make his way down into the river here, but I think, actually, they didn't see him. This could actually be really bad. Chalapi does have his flash up. Gets knocked back, flashes away, but that's him dead. First blood, gonna go over to the Jhin.
That was a really clean play there. Not seeing the Hecarim is really bad for the side of World Class Splash, but great job on the timing there from the Hecarim to be able to be there. Just his presence alone, you know, makes first blood for them for, I mean, basically nothing there. And they really, I mean, even though they did hit the Blitzcrank hook, it didn't mean much.
Oh, hooks in the bot lane here. Debay is able to flash away, but the Hecarim, he's just, that's easy. 2 kills now for Bluebird. That's bad.
Huge. That's huge. I mean, you can see already that how much this lane can be a danger, especially when Boneheart is hitting these hooks. I mean, I know technically there he didn't really have to hit the hook, but oh man.
Gank in the mid lane, Reese's Cup gonna get very low, and so far Sly has had so much success on this Hecarim. It's just like 1 kill after another. It's 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and he's already helped with 3 kills.
Yeah, Sly here is kind of just running from lane to lane, ganking everyone and killing everyone as well. He does, I guess in return, the Kane gets 1 camp, but at this point in the game, this Hecarim is going to be really far ahead. And as you can see, I mean, he took Ignite. He wanted to be aggressive, and it's paid off so far with 3 assists early game. And you get 2 kills onto this Jhin and a kill for the Zed that were almost free. I mean, you traded basically nothing for it. You have so much presence now in the mid lane, getting an early kill onto a Zed, and you can see his items already. I mean, he's sitting on a really early dagger, and that can, I mean, help hopefully snowball him out of control, especially once he hits 6 here in just a couple waves.
And that's actually huge as well, seeing as Flopper Goblin was getting bullied out really hard in that lane, taking a lot of poke early on. And now he's even in CS, getting to push that wave in was massive for him. And I just want to say props to Sly as well for giving over all 3 of those kills to the carries. So getting them fed is going to definitely, you know, snowball this game if they're able to keep getting kills.
Right, and that's exactly what you love to see.
Eternity dodging the Petrifying Gaze in the top lane, but he is going to get poked out, so has to go back. He does have teleport, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of how we expected this lane to kind of go out in the top lane. I mean, this Ornn is doing a really, really good job of staying even, though. I mean, he's gonna kind of get pushed in anytime he's able to, just because the range matchup is just annoying. But
Bane is on Dragon right now, and that's not going to look very good. Deathmark is on him. He's going to go down instantly. And I think Sly's going to say, thank you for the leash. I will finish that off now.
Yeah.
First Dragon go over to Predictive.
That is rough.
Yeah,
I mean, everything right now is going to the side of Predictive Gaming. And I mean, this is kind of what we expected from the early game in a way, but I don't think we expected it to be this one-sided. I mean, we definitely expected them because they are such a good early game team to perform well, but they're just getting everything just dropped into their lap right now. And it's absolutely, I mean, they're running with it. They're taking advantage of all these mistakes that World Class has given them. And it's become, at this point, it's going to be a really hard road, already 2K down 7 minutes into the game, for World Class Splash here to come back into it.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a difficult game. At this point, even just 7 minutes in, it's going to be a difficult game for World Class Splash, but still have a lot of League of Legends left to play, and it is a best of 5. I'll remind you, as we see another gank from Sly in the top lane. Call the Forge God's going to come down, knocked up onto Almot. He's going to go very, very low, able to flash. The flash comes out for Eternity, not able to get the damage, and he'll go down. Almot getting himself a kill, and a death across the board for each member. World Class Splash, but the gank in the bot lane might change things real quick here. Chalapi is going to go very low. Ignite is down. He does have a shield for a little bit longer. Curtain Call is going to come out. Mr. Bonehard will end up going down there, and Bluebird not going to be able to find it. Does get today, just barely.
Hey, that's worth. I don't care what it is. That's worth. Getting even one kill there makes that so worth it for them, because they, I mean, you have to, at this point, for the Kayn, you're going to have to waste resources and time farming just to get your form, because he's so far behind on that form transformation that he's going to have to start getting ganks off. He's going to have to start, ramping up to even stay close to where this Hecarim's at right now. So, I mean, while it is something for World Class Splash, just getting the kill onto that Jhin in return for it is just, I mean, it's great for the side of for Raijin right now.
Yeah, they had to commit so much to that to actually secure those kills. And you could already see the power of Bluebird. He now has that pickaxe as well as the BF sword, so he is going to be very, very strong in that lane. And Bonehard, I expected him to actually go with the Mobies first, but he's going to get a little bit of extra health, a little cooldown reduction. So I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, because Blitzcrank benefits greatly from getting cooldown reduction. We see DeBaze getting left alone in lane, which is always a dangerous thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really hard for. I mean, I keep saying it, but it's going to be a really, really hard game for World Class Splash here, because they want to scale anyway, but it's going to be hard to scale when you're getting your turrets pressured in the bot lane this quickly. You're going to get, I mean, Syndra basically cannot do anything at this point in the mid lane, because any time that Zed has ultimate up, you're in danger of just dying. So it's really hard for the Syndra to do much in this lane. And you can see that in the CS discrepancy at this point. I mean, I know 12 CS isn't a ton, but it's going to add up and it's going to start to compile into a CS lead that's going to be really dangerous for something like a Zed to have this early in the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Zed, getting rolling early on, we talked about it. Predictive gaming, they want this. They want Zed to get rolling early on. They want Bluebird, and the ult is going to go down in the mid lane. Exhaust is on, but it doesn't even matter. Zed is going to be able to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Almot can get pushed really low, misses the Petrifying Gaze, and just gets 1v1 by Eternity.
Yeah, I don't really... She kind of... Like, the Casio kind of took that fight there, so I don't know why she did it, but it looks like they're going to be a gank here.
Curtain Call comes out. DeBaze going to get knocked up, ulted, and taken down. Chalapi goes very low, but no more shots to follow.
Yeah, you can see even though they haven't played this Hecarim during this this split at all for this team, that they're very comfortable playing with it. I mean, maybe they do it in scrims, maybe they do it in other leagues. I'm not 100% sure, but they seem like they're very comfortable working with the Hecarim ganks and everything like that. I mean, you saw how that Jhin ultimate hit perfectly even through the fear, and the fear makes that Caitlyn move, obviously. So he knew exactly where that Caitlyn was going to be, and was able to play around it because he's obviously played with this Hecarim before. And so, I mean, this team just looks really, really comfortable right now. They look like they know exactly what they're doing, and you just see how much damage.
So much damage. That is insane.
Yeah, and it stinks because at this point in the game,
oh, the hook's gonna land, and that's Atlas getting blown up right as Dragon spawns.
Yeah, that's rough because the Ornn's here as well. You have to waste so much pressure on the bot side here, and you can see this Cassio is just going to be able to get a bunch of plates for free as well in the top lane. And this Orange just wasted a bunch of time because his Kayn got out of position, got hooked and killed, and they have no chance of really contending this dragon at all.
Yeah, and that was a little unfortunate as well with the timing there. Eternity still doesn't have his teleport up, whereas Almont was getting his teleport up as the dragon spawned. So that was a little bit unfortunate for them as we see another skirmish in the top lane here. Almont might not want this as these fights have not been going his way so far. We do see Reese's Cup on his way up here as well, just in case there's some extra pressure. Petrifying Gaze does land first of the game.
Man, you didn't have to do him like that.
Sorry, Almont. Deathmark's going to go down onto Reese's. Good amount of damage, but not going to be able to kill him. Flapper Goblin up there. Teleport's going to come back, though, for Almont, so he will be rejoining the fight, but yeah. Sorry, Almont. Hold that. Hook's going to land at the bottom. A lot of damage coming out onto Debay, but they're going to be able to lock up the Jhin underneath the turret. Lots of damage.
If he hit that net, I think he was dead there. Oh, man.
Unstoppable onslaught onto Reese's Cup. He is not having a good game so far. 0-3-0 on that Syndra.
Man, that's rough. I mean, it's just not going their way at all for World Class Splash. It just seems like they're just one thing short of, being at par with this team. They just seem to always be like one step or two steps behind. When Predictive Gaming Raijin here, it just seems to be, one or two steps ahead at all points. They just seem to know where the other team is going to be, and they've been playing off of it so well.
Going hard with the minion hook there.
Yeah, I know you're keep up that 100% hook rate.
Yeah, right? No, but you're totally right. Predictive Gaming seems to have the number for World Class Splash so far. And, I mean, they made their last series look easy last week. And this, so far, they're making this one look easy as well. So you got to wonder, like, who's going to come up and challenge this team? To see World Class Splash still has a lot of time left here. Call of the Forge God's going to come out in the top lane. This could be where they win. Almont going to get taken real low again. Sly comes up in that top lane. Flash comes out for Eternity, trying to pick up the kill, but not enough damage. Eternity is left to run away as he's getting slapped down by Sly on that Hecarim. Will end up falling. Hook's going to land now onto Debay, and he just gets absolutely annihilated. Chalapi, oh my gosh. That Infinity Edge damage. Curtain Call is going to come down. I wish Curtain Call would actually show us. Thank you. Okay. I was like, why is directed camera not actually showing where the shots are going?
That's really weird. Yeah, I don't know why that happens, but I mean, if that hit, that would have been another kill. I mean, you just see how much damage this Jin's able to do. I mean, he's 6-1, about 30 CS up already on this Caitlyn. And that's just going to be completely ridiculously blown out of control here, coming into this mid game where, I mean, especially once he gets closer to this 2-item power spike that the Jhin has, he's going to, I mean, it's going to be really ridiculous just the amount of damage that he does. When on the other side of the coin, you see this 1-4-1 Caitlyn that just doesn't even have the first item completed as that Rift Herald is going over to the side of Predictive Gaming, and you just see how much control they have over this map just in general, as well as just the pressure that they've been able to put on almost every major objective that's gone so far, other than that first dragon that they got leashed.
Yeah, PG Raijin so on top of objectives right now. They saw, okay, everybody's missing from top side. Let's just go take Rift Herald. You know, and right on top of that dragon as soon as it spawns. You have to commend Sly. He is a very, very good jungler, always on top of the objectives. He has been a part of most of the kills this game. Almont, though, taking a lot of damage once again. An Abyssal Mask has been completed now by Eternity, so that's going to be helping him out quite a bit. Chalapi has to flash away. Very good timing on the flash, by the way.
Yeah, but also, I mean, great trade for the Zed.
Ooh, Call of the Forge God, gonna get missed there, and that's gonna be the stun coming out for Almont. Does land the damage, and that's the first solo kill in the top lane. That is not what you want to see.
Where are the question mark pings for that? Oh, I do not know what that was. He used his second charge of the ult so early, like almost immediately. It's almost like he was spamming R, and then he just used it immediately because he didn't realize that he was gonna press R twice on accident.
Ooh, good stun on the Flopper Goblin there to disengage. Unstoppable Onslaught gonna come down on top of him. I don't think there's a way you can get out of this Reese's Cup. He's gonna go down. Mid lane turret's gonna fall as well.
They're bringing the boys down mid.
Oh my gosh, guys. Just absolutely coming to play today.
They're not letting anything happen here. They just brought 4 mid just to kill this Syndra again. She's 0-4. She's down 30 CS. Like, you don't... come on. You didn't have to do her like that.
It's like, guys, Syndra's farming. We gotta kill her again.
No,
it's playoffs.
She has the most CS on their team. We need to kill her.
It's not BM, it's playoffs. We gotta win, guys. As convincingly as possible.
Now they're death bushing with a Blitzcrank Zed. Oh, this is gonna be so rough if they ever face check that. I wonder if they'll just stay here. If I was them, I would just stay here, shadow this Jhin, shadow this Hecarim as well.
Oh no.
Because it looks like this Caitlyn might.
Reese's. Oh, Reese's.
They're just gonna die for it too again.
Flashing over the orb, and Reese's is dead again. Back to the fountain for you, 0-5-0.
She's not allowed to play the game, man.
Can we get some love for Reese's in the chat, guys?
Like, can we get some hearts? Oh
man,
my god.
Dude.
She is not allowed to play the game. This is Syndra's worst nightmare, is getting an assassin ahead as well as something like a Hecarim that just has so much mobility. Because you can only typically QE one target. Like, you're not going to be able to QE their entire team, and you have 3 people running at you. Like, what do you do at that point? Like, there's nothing you could do. Oh man.
Absolutely. Yeah, convincing so far by Predictive Gaming. It is only 18 minutes and 30 seconds in the game, and they've accumulated themselves an 8K gold lead, almost 9 now. And that is just absolutely absurd. They're on Soul Point as well. We're able to pick that up on the back end of that fight there, so everything going their way. I think at this point, World Class Splash is like, all right, this game's over. What do we do next game?
Right. You have to think that, if anything, their best mentality to have at this point would be to look towards the next game. Like, how can we improve from this one? Because obviously nothing really went right for them here, and it's a little unlucky with that. Obviously, like, you just, I mean, with the first dragon there, it's just really unfortunate timing. It got down to, like, I think 1.5k health.
Yeah.
It's just like a really unfortunate game for them. They have to be able to wipe this out of their memory if they want to come out of this and be able to take games off this team.
Yeah, strong mental is going to be very important. Going into next game. Bonehard taking a lot of damage from Atlas here. Flopper Goblin going to join the fight, though. Almost gets hit by a binding. Oh, he does have Spell Shield. So, going to dodge that one. But Eternity's going to get taken very low. Unstoppable Onslaught going to come down onto Chalapi. Does get hit by the first curtain call shot. And oh my goodness, damage coming out of Jhin right there. And they're just going to look towards Baron.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They're so far ahead at this point. You have a level 11 Jhin that's 8-1 with 2 items and full boots already. They do have vision on here. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do much, but they can absolutely shred this with the Cassio and the Jhin. As well, I mean, Hecarim is no slouch in Baron takes. I mean, you just see, this is a 20-minute Baron that's getting taken so quickly. I mean, that was like a 15-second Baron. That got taken at 20 minutes. I mean, that's just rough, man. I mean, there's not much you can do about that. Especially with the just no fights able to go their way here. It's really grim for them. I mean, you have to look at how to improve from this team. I think you're going to have to get a jungler here on Atlas that's able to affect more of the early game. I think that was the biggest problem here. It was Sly was making so many of these plays around the map, and Atlas wasn't really able to do much of anything about it. He couldn't really ever counter gank. He tried to take some camps, but there wasn't much around the map just because Hecarim was taking all of his camps on the other side of the map before he went to go gank. And then, I mean, I think we're going to need to see a change in the jungle here. In all reality, if we want to see them keep up with the just the pace that Sly has here.
And we had talked about it briefly during Champ Select, how one of the most played champions for Atlas is the Olaf, right? He's got 5 games played on him. He's 4-1 in ReDefy Academy League. So he is definitely not a stranger to that champion. Flash is going to come out though onto Bonehard. He's going to get snared up, taken very low, but the damage is going to come back. The Double Onslaught can slide do it. He's just going to 5v1 here. 4v1, sorry. Curtain Call is going to come out. They is not getting out of that one. He's going to go down. That's a 3-for-1. Fairly good trade there for Predictive Gaming.
Fairly good, yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, fairly good. I mean, they're only like, 14k ahead at this point.
I mean, you saw how much they just wasted on just getting the Blitzcrank kill. I mean, they wasted basically all their summoners just to get a Blitzcrank kill, and still 3 of them died. Like, it's just really rough for them. There's not much they can do. They're on soul point that they're about to secure here. Oh my gosh, Jin 1v1's at Horn.
I mean, he doesn't have any armor. He's got the ninja tab. Chainmail, I guess.
And you just never see that kind of thing happen. So
Walmart's gonna get some love in the top lane here. Petrifying Gaze does land, but the shutdown's gonna go to Atlas. That is actually a lot of money going in his pockets there.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge shutdown there. Onto Kane, but it's at this point, it's just a little too late. It's 21-5. They're up 14k gold. They have Soul already. They have Baron. At this point, you just have to push down turrets and end, really. I mean, that's all you have to do. And the side pressure that's coming out of this Cassio from this entirety of the game, I mean, she really hasn't had to use her teleport at all, because their team can win 4v5. And so she's just been pushing down these towers. I mean, you can see all the damage that she's done to turrets just by herself. I mean, she's taken all of her turrets. She's on inhibitor turret by herself as a Cassiopeia player. That, I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous the amount of top lane pressure she's had just because this Hecarim's so far ahead on all the other lanes. It just... They've had nothing to do other than and she's only really died when they've sent 2 for her. And it's just a ridiculous amount of pressure that she has in the top lane, even though she doesn't have the insane stats or anything like that. Just been able to do whatever she wants in the top lane.
Right. Yeah, so I want to talk, going back to the draft here, I think the Ezreal Nautilus aren't really priorities. I think one of the priorities you need to ban away is going to be that Hecarim. Going into game number 2, he had such an impact early on. I don't think you let that go over. Now, if Splash is on red side, they could leave the Hecarim up and bait something else, so they first pick it. But honestly, I wouldn't even risk that. I would ban the Hecarim out.
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't ban it, because, I mean, he almost solo carried this game just by himself. I mean, there were other plays coming from other players on the team, but just the amount of pressure and everything that he was able to do in the first 10 minutes of the game just snowballed this game out of control to a point where, I mean, World Class Splash really never had a chance past like 10 minutes to come back into this game. And that's really crazy to say, but it was just such a big jungle difference coming out on this Hecarim that it just really made it impossible for them to do much of anything.
Yeah, and one of the things that, well, we do have a team fight here. Eternity is going to go onto Bluebird. Does take him very low, but will get taken out. Lappy gets ignited from very low. Death Mark onto Reese's Cup. A lot of damage coming out his way. Exhaust was down, though. Atlas going to try to run away here. Curtain Call is going to come out. Dodges one of them. Dodges 2 of them. Okay, Bluebird just can't aim, but that's okay. Ace in the Hole is going to come out. Final Spark as well. Reese's Cup going to go very low. Does get the Zhonya's off in time. Almot 2v1ing here right by the fountain. Chalapi almost going down there. Just got to be a little bit careful. We see Debay trying to save his KDA off into the side there. In game number 1, he's going to go over to Predictive Gaming Ryzen.
Yeah, it's got to save that 0.6 KDA.
Yeah, I don't know what you say about that game. I think there's a lot of changes that need to be made for World Class Splash here. I think, even if you leave the Hecarim up, you need to pick more of an early game focused jungler, such as like maybe the Olaf. That was something we had speculated on. And he's played a lot of it too, so if you follow the pathing, he could make it down there. But one of the things that we didn't really talk about was what led to those early kills. It was the amount of pressure and the dominance that bot lane had. I think Bluebird and Bonehard are two of the best bot laners. Arguably, I would say they're the best bot laners in this league right now that I've casted, anyways. So I think you've got to think, okay, how do we draft against them? Because obviously, banning the Ezreal Nautilus did not help.
Right. I mean, I think you have to leave up the Ezreal.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, I don't really care too much about the Nautilus. I mean, I think it's a decent ban. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But I think that the Ezreal is something that you can definitely play around. And you're not putting out nearly as much damage, especially if you get ahead on it. You're not putting out nearly as much damage on an Ezreal as you are on something like a Jhin or Caitlyn, which are going to be your other options here. I mean, you just saw how much damage that Jhin was putting out. He was 1v1ing the Ornn really easily. He was 1v1ing basically anyone that got near him. He was able to basically free hit, because of his passive speed up damage. He was able to, kite throughout the entirety of the game because he had so much early crit and getting those 2 items. I mean, at like 15 minutes, he had 2 items or something like that. It was just an absolutely insane lead that was snowballed on the back of this Hecarim, just absolutely destroying their bot lane. And I think another thing that we need to see on the side of World Class Splash is getting them maybe a tankier support and then a more carry oriented top laner, because the top lane was really the only place where we saw something that they could really, maybe abuse, because that was the only lane they were even on. Mid lane was absolutely just washed. There's nothing they can do there. Bot lane was washed. There wasn't anything they could do there. And then in the top lane, you had that Ornn that was actually doing something, got a solo kill on the Cassio. But at the end of the day, it's just an Ornn, and a frontline take with no sort of carry potential behind it is going to be absolutely worthless.
Yeah. Well, obviously, there have to be some changes made here for World Class Splash. We'll see if they can bring it back in game number 2, guys. We're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in just a minute.
again, I would belay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all, I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead, I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war, I told them. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over.
Welcome back for game number 2 of this exciting series between Predictive Gaming Ryzen and World Class Splash. Once again, I am the small dog, and joining me is the beautiful, it's on the other side, Cracadonius.
I just saw that on the screen.
Sorry. But yeah, how you doing, Crack? Are you excited? I think this is going to be a better game. This is going to be a lot better for World Class Splash. I'm calling it right now. I think, the first game was just the jitters. They were working out some kinks, and it's not going to be a 14K gold lead by 20 minutes.
Yep. Yeah. I really hope it's not. I mean, I would hate to see this, this whole series kind of go down to just being really one-sided, especially when we're in something like the semifinals that are really important at this point. And like, these are like the best of the best teams that we have. I know, Predictive Gaming has looked so dominant this season, but I really would love to see World Class Splash take a game off of them and make this series competitive. Hopefully bring it to a 1-1 here. And, looking at these bans so far, it looks like they're ready to do that. I don't know why they're banning Zed though. I don't think that was the problem.
Yeah, I honestly don't even know if the Cassiopeia was the problem. Like, Almod is very good on the champion, but I don't think that it was necessarily the issue. Now, Ari getting left up is going to be an issue as well, though, if that does end up going through for Flopper Goblin. But we do see here that Ezreal getting first picked. We talked about it last time. We didn't think it was an issue. And I honestly still don't think it's that big a deal that they got the Ezreal pick. Because, Bluebird is really, really good on it, but it's not as impactful late game as, like you were talking about, that Kaelin or the Jhin.
Right. And then on a quick side note, we do have the $10 RP giveaway code that we are going to be doing at the beginning of Game 3. We're going to be rolling that, so we will announce the winner then. But we did hit our goal for that, so thanks everybody for putting in points for that. And we'll let you guys know when we do have that. It should be at the beginning of Game 3 though. But looking at this draft so far, we do have the Shen, which I actually really enjoyed the Shen, especially coming out from the top laner of World Class Splash Eternity here. Who we saw last game, really put up a fight. And the fact that he's going to be able to have the Shen, he's going to be able to impact the game map wide early game. And hopefully if they're able to, get even at this point, he's going to be able to turn early fights on their head with the Shenel along with, having the teleport and everything like that. And we can really work on hopefully being able to see some early game presence here in the team that doesn't really have much of that, especially in that first game.
Yeah, I definitely think the Shen is going to help Eternity. And not to say he's a bad top laner at all, but not having that teleport really forced their hand going into that. I think it was the second dragon where he had to roam down. And then Kane got picked off anyways. So he just lost a bunch of CS top lane for basically nothing. Whereas on the Shen here, he could have burned the teleport early on due to dying early and then getting chunked out early and having to go back to lane and still have the opportunity to join his team in something like that. But the Kane is still available. We didn't see it get locked in during the first pick phase. Zoe is going to get locked in instead. So a new mid laner, I'm sorry, not a new mid laner. Reese's Cup has played it once this split. But yeah, so Zoe's going to get locked in as well. That Shen, I honestly feel a lot better about this team comp so far.
Yeah, I would like to see them again on an aggressive jungler. I don't know why they just banned Ornn. That just seems completely worthless to me. They already picked Shen. I mean, maybe they think
Almond
it's a Shen
did
support.
Struggle against it.
I mean, maybe they picked it as like a Shen.
Oh, you're right. Maybe they think it isn't Shen top lane.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I guess you could flex it support, or maybe you get River Shen in the jungle, but
Boneheart might play a lot of Shen.
Now we see
I'm
the
sorry,
Morgana
not Boneheart, Chalapi.
Okay, yeah, we see the Jhin Morgana lane, which I actually really enjoy. I think that's one of the better combinations for Morgana if you're going to play it, because you can proc the Deadly Flourish off of the Morgana. I don't even know what it's called, the pool, the W pool. Yeah, the pool.
I forget what that's called.
But you can proc it off of the pool, which is really, really good because it's really easy to get a instant pool on anyone because it just goes down instantly. It's impossible to dodge as long as you just click on them. So I mean, it's literally a free potential Deadly Flourish on one of these targets here, and it's a counter into Thresh, so it's a little bit of interesting pick of the Thresh here. But it makes a little bit of sense because these are the picks that we've seen Bonehard to be comfortable on these engaged supports.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that you're picking Morgana here because you know that he's probably going to be playing something that's engaged heavy anyway. So getting that direct counter to those kind of supports in the Morgana is going to be really great here on the side of World Class Splash. And we do see the set jungle. I very highly doubt that they would go Shen jungle and set top, because Set just hasn't been a great top laner from what we've seen, but he has been a really good jungler.
Yeah.
From all the leagues that I've watched, Set has really performed in the jungle relatively highly, especially with just his overall engaged potential and just ability to go in. And then you pair that up with something like a Shen, and you really have a lot of survivability coming out from that Set as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were wondering the name of Morgana's W is Tormented Shadow. I think they may have renamed that at some point.
I would have never guessed that.
I wouldn't have guessed that either. But
yeah,
fun little trivia bit there.
Right.
I'm sure, although I feel like you should know that, being like a Morgana one trick. Out of all the people who would know that,
I feel like I don't know anything except for Dark Binding, and then
Soul Shackle,
okay, Soul Shackles, yeah,
and Black Shield.
Black Shield. I knew Black
Yeah,
Shield.
those are the obvious ones.
Right, right, yeah. Those are the ones that because people are always like, "Why didn't you Black Shield me?" And I'm like, "Cause you're bad at the game." But but yeah, we see the Rise in the top lane is that a Rise in the top lane? Yeah, it is a Rise in the
I
top
believe
lane.
so.
So again, not a Reigns matchup in the top lane, which should be interesting. We've seen a lot of that actually. Seems like I'm better on top just likes to play ranged matchups. He's played Kale already. He's played the Casio, or not better on top. Who's their top laner?
Eternity.
Almont. Yeah.
Almont. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. He seems like he likes to play a lot of ranged top laners because we've seen him on the Casio already, and then we see him on Rise here in game 2. Just really good scaling top laners, or really good scaling AP mages rather, that are going to be able to kind of bully these top laners most of the time unless they're able to get on top of them.
Yeah.
But Shen actually has a really good gap closer in his E that if he can get on top of this Rise can really duel him pretty well, especially if he's getting early MR. Just being able to hopefully be able to actually stand a chance against something like this Rise that will probably want to push in this lane, with the overall ability to put out damage here. So I'm really excited on the side of World Class Splash here because, this team, they have a lot of potential to do a lot of engage heavy oriented compositions, with the Zoe Trouble Bubble coming out, with the Morgana Dark Binding coming out, with even the set engage, and then you have so much follow up with the Shen. And then Zoe obviously has the potential to just absolutely pop someone if they get caught out. So a lot of potential here on the side of World Class Splash to do picks and also have pretty easy engages. And then on the other side, you have Predictive Gaming that has, great front line with the Sejuani and Thresh. You can't go wrong with the Sejuani front line almost ever. And then you have a lot of really safe picks behind it. You have the Ahri that's going to be almost impossible to get on top of with her ult as well as, Flash always. But and then you have the Ezreal, which has so much survivability as well. And I think it's going to be really hard for World Class Splash to effectively get on top of these players consistently. And so I think that Predictive Gaming actually, even though they didn't know the picks that were coming out, I think they picked themselves pretty well here. And while these aren't conventional picks, they work out actually pretty well against what World Class wants to do.
Yeah, I think Predictive Gaming got some really good comfort picks. Bonehard, this is one of his most played this split, as well as Bluebird having 6 games played on the Ezreal. Obviously, they're undefeated, so 5-0 on for Bluebird, 6-0 for 6-0 for Bluebird, 5-0 for Bonehard. Flopper Goblin able to get the Ahri, which is a huge pickup for him. Sly getting honestly one of the iconic champions in my mind. When I think of Sly, I don't see a ton of people playing Sejuani right now, at least not to the effect that Sly does. So whenever I see Sejuani, I think oh, it's like Sly just murdering in the jungle. So getting another comfort pick, and I think this was a good adaptation coming out of Almont, being able to match the roam potentially that's going to come out for Atlas, being able to all the way to mid lane or bot lane. Rise is going to be able to follow up on that and be able to join the fight a little bit more easily than, say, a Cassiopeia. So I think this was a good adaptation and a lot of comfort picks coming out for Raijin. So World Class Splash, I think they're going to have to bring their A game this game. They do have a better comp, in my opinion, especially looking at the support. I think Morgana is going to do a lot better this game than the Lux did last game. So I'm really excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah. And then one thing that I did just notice is that actually looking at this draft, we do have the set in the top lane in the Shen jungle.
Yeah, you're right.
So that's really interesting. I don't know if that's necessarily the right choice. I don't think Set's a super strong laner, especially into something like a Rise, where the Shen can get on top of it a lot easier, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just rather than the Set kind of just having to run and then hopefully you hit an E or you're in range somehow of getting the E onto that Rise. Other than that, I don't see much chance of the Set really being able to do much into a Rise. And so it's an interesting pick, but I mean, maybe Atlas just isn't comfortable in the Set or Eternity isn't comfortable in the Shen or vice versa. But this is a interesting pick for me because it's definitely not what I expected. I don't think that's what Predictive Gaming expected either. So maybe that'll be a curveball to this Predictive Gaming lineup that they weren't expecting, and it'll throw them a little bit off guard in this early game because they weren't, if you're not planning on it and then you see it, at the very end here in this champion select, that's something that they probably game planned around once they saw that come out in the pick ban and pro draft, and then we see it change a little bit here, and I think that'll be a good curveball that I think World Class can hopefully take advantage of here in the early game.
Yeah, I think that there will be kill pressure in that top lane. Rise early on, he's not the most powerful. He wants to scale up a little bit. So having Set and all of his early damage, as well as a great CC ability coming out of the jungle, I think there might be a little bit of focus up in the top lane. But same goes for Sejuani. She can go to a largely immobile Set in the top lane and kind of mess him up. We'll just have to see. I have a feeling that the Sejuani is going to be a little less impactful than the Hecarim early on, but it comes down to what I felt like was the major turning point in the early game was how convincing that bot lane was against World Class Splash. I think that's got to change first, and that was what ultimately led to the Hecarim snowballing those kills and going into the mid lane and just continuing to snowball further and further was the aggression and dominance coming out of the bot lane. So World Class Splash, they've changed up their team composition quite a bit. We're actually seeing like a totally different game basically out of these team compositions. Pretty much no similar champions as opposed to last game. So hopefully it'll be a bit of a different game, a bit more of a competitive game. And yeah, I'm eager to see what happens.
Yeah, we are getting on to the Rift for Game 2 here. And again, as you said, I'm interested to see how this early game is going to turn out because these bot lanes have been a really big contention point for both of these teams. Obviously, last game, Predictive Gaming had the upper hand on that. But if we can see something come out on the side of World Class Splash here in the early game, especially from something like a Morgana Jhin that is very, very strong if used correctly and used to be able to, kind of layer that CC very easily onto, if you can get onto that Ezreal, but even if you can get onto Thresh, you can get a lot of damage out really quickly. And if you, layer a Morgana Dark Binding along with a Deadly Flourish into a fourth shot on a Jhin, I mean, that's tons of damage coming out very, very quickly.
Yeah, and I don't think World Class Splash is necessarily running a pick composition, but they do have the ability to get those long range picks. If you're able to get a Sleepy Trouble Bubble in combination with Jhin Root, you're able to like track people down really, really well. You can layer CC on top of CC and just get somebody based off that. But I think this composition does really, really well when they're able to group up and siege underneath turrets. I think that's really where World Class Splash is going to shine. Predictive Gaming Raijin, though, I think that they're really going to play to their lanes. And I think depending on how top lane goes, they're probably just going to try to do a split push of some sort going into the mid game.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think what this game will probably boil down to, especially if it's a closer game going into the mid-late game, we're going to see a lot of just who can hit more abilities in these team fights. Obviously, on one side, I mean, you have the Zoe, which if she can hit her ability, she's going to be able to almost one-shot someone. These are good trades. In
Yeah, level 2 on the Zoe already. So Flopper Goblin, yeah, getting out-traded quite a bit.
Yeah, but yeah, as I was saying, it's like a lot of who can hit more abilities because both of these teams have quite a bit of CC overall.
Right.
I mean, other than the Ezreal, but I mean, he's going to be putting out tons of damage with skill shots anyway. So we're going to see a lot of just who can hit more abilities. And I think, especially in these mid to late game team fights, when we hopefully get there, and in this game is hopefully close, that's going to be a huge, turning point of if these teams are able to consistently hit their abilities that they need to hit. To really get these picks and hopefully win team fights off of that.
Now, we do see Atlas and Sly making a bit of an appearance top lane here. Atlas is going to show first. Flash is going to come out, but Sly for the counter gank now. And he's right onto Eternity, rooted up. Allnot's going to take a lot of damage, though, and it looks like both teams are going to disengage. So a good read from one another. I think, honestly, that was better played by Sly there, being able to wait out Atlas's engage.
Yeah. Gets to burn the flash as well. Oh my gosh.
If that Q had landed, that would have been a kill.
Yeah, I mean, good positioning on the side of the Flopper Goblin, just being behind those minions just enough so she didn't get the splash damage. But yeah, as you said, oh man, and this Jhin might be caught out a little bit.
Yeah, Chalapi's in a really bad spot here. This is the second game in the row he's going to get caught out, but not going to take too much damage as Mr. Bonehard may have overstepped just a little bit. He's going to get slowed, takes a lot of damage. Teleport does come in for Flopper Goblin. He's going to get a nice charm onto Debay, but not enough damage is going to come out. The chain CC we were talking about it, Flopper Goblin's going to get taken very, very low. Hook going to land there onto Chalapi, though. He's going to get immobilized, but now Bonehard has to run back. A back and forth team fight. Both teams so low. Reese's going to flash in, but get first blooded by the Bonehard. And Flopper Goblin going to go down as a trade, but it's not over yet. 2 more kills going to get traded back and forth. Sly's going to be able to flash in. Atlas will get the kill before he goes down. But what a chaotic start to this first game. Or second game.
Was that 3 for... Yeah, it was 4 for 3. That's absolutely insane. That was such a close team fight on both sides. I mean, their overall health bars there, I mean, I think Ezreal ended up getting away with maybe a quarter health at the end of it all, but very, very close fight there on both sides. And I mean, very well played. I mean, I know that Predictive Gaming did win there, but I mean, World Class Splash, I think, played that really, really well for what they were put in.
Yeah.
With the Morgana and Jhin kind of caught out at the beginning of that all.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by Reese's over-aggression there. I felt like he didn't need to give up that first kill, but that was what committed everybody to the fight and ultimately led to them getting 3 kills there. So
yeah, I mean, I think that was probably the best that could have happened for World Class, especially with, as I said, how far the Morgana was kind of caught out there. Chalapi was just completely out of position there. They really had no business of even being close in that fight.
Chalapi has been a little bit over-aggressive with the warding, but the thing I look at here, though, after that team fight is Bird getting 3 kills, so he's able to get the tier as well as the pickaxe damage and starts to stack that tier. So we see a lot of damage coming out in this mid lane. Flopper Goblin is just getting chunked by this Zoe, and this is kind of a turnaround. I think Reese's Cup is doing much better in this matchup here as a caster, and that's going to be pretty huge for them going into the mid game.
Yeah, definitely looks really comfortable in this matchup so far. And we see Atlas coming in here, too.
Ooh. Trouble Bubble not going to land, but the flash taunt does come through. Flopper Goblin going to go down. Reese's Cup himself his first kill of the game.
Yeah, it looks really comfortable in this Zoe pick, actually. I'm very surprised that it just looks like Reese's rather has had a lot of time on this champion. And looks like she knows how to trade correctly. Which is absolutely gigantic, with something like a Zoe. You got to know when you're going to be winning those trades, and she's taking trades even when she's getting charmed and everything like that, which is great for the Zoe, because she knows that she's going to win even just a little bit, which is going to help, especially when the Shen's coming around.
Yep. Predictive Gaming here, identifying the resets though, and they're going to be able to take first dragon once again.
That's great. On the side of Predictive Gaming, getting a basically free first dragon there, and something where they really didn't have much of an advantage of, especially when the Ahri was down in the mid lane. I know the Zoe did have to reset, but I mean, they had overall more map pressure than Predictive Gaming did there at that point, and so it's very nice that they're able, on the side of Predictive Gaming, to still pick up that first dragon for nothing, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Second game in a row now, they're able to get that first dragon, and I mean, I'm not going to say that's what got them snowballing last game, because I think there were a lot of things going in their favor, but that definitely helped. Getting the early dragons, being able to stack that into the early soul, definitely helped finish out that game a little bit sooner. So we may have just lost. Oh, I think that was just Benj leaving. Okay.
Yeah, it was.
I was worried I lost you, Crack, but
no, you're good.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, as you said, it's a little bit different of a climate this game though. Than last game, which is very, very good on the side of World Class Splash, because I mean, last game at this point, it was basically over. I mean,
they were already down like 2K, 4 kills. So now it's even kills, even gold. Yeah, it's much more even.
Yeah, I mean, World Class is looking a lot better, a lot more comfortable this game, which I think, again, as you said, is a lot of credit to the picks that they ended up getting. You know, being able to kind of have a counter pick in the bot lane on the Morgana into the Thresh. I mean, I think personally, I think that support counter pick is really, really powerful in the bot lane. I don't think 80s carry counters rather matter that much, but I think support counters matter quite a bit here, especially in competitive play. When you have something like a Morgana into a engage heavy support, it makes the Thresh feel pretty bad in the early game here. There's just not much you can do, especially when you have a black shield up, which you should be able to. As that ward is hard to do. I know it doesn't look anything special, but that ward is hard to do around that wall. And it's actually a really, it makes the lane so much safer because you don't have to face check that bush. So it's really good play there on the Morgana. I mean, I do love that ward. It's a hard ward for me to do. So I gotta give props whenever somebody does it correctly.
Yeah, that is a tough one. I do hate how it like blocks off some of the vision. Like the wall is shaped just so that like it doesn't get like all the vision right up along the bush there. But yeah, no, that is a great ward to learn. The other one that I always had trouble with was the tri-bush wards from like the pits.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I spent like hours in you know, a custom game trying to like get that down. Yeah, those are some really good wards for supports to learn. So yeah, props to Chalapi for that one. But you can see Rift Herald's gonna get started up here.
Yeah, that would actually be pretty huge for the Sejuani to get this early in the game. I mean, you'll probably just get plates out of it, but oh my gosh.
Flashed into the turret, some major aggression here from Chalapi. He's gonna get low though underneath the turret. Did have the stopwatch to keep himself alive, but now Debay is just chunked out as we do see a fight in the top lane here. Almont has to flash away. He does have the speed to get away as Bonehard is going to show up in the bot lane here. Ignite does go down. Flash going to come down as well. The ult's going to come out from Shen. He's going to join the fight. Does not get the taunt onto Bonehard, but no kill secured by that Thresh, so he's just going to give one up. And, Curtain Call is going to come out.
I think she's out of range.
I really hate it how it focuses on Jhin whenever Curtain Call comes down. It's just like I have no idea if these shots are even close.
Yeah, I think the Ezreal was already out of range by the time he opened it up.
He took one, right?
I don't even think he took the first one. I think he used his E. Ezreal used his E right when the ultimate went out, and I think that took him out of range. So I don't think he even took the first shot, but
yeah. He was able to Rift jump out anyways.
Yeah. I mean, regardless, though, I know the Thresh died, but, I mean, we look at summoners here now, and the Jhin and Morgana do not have any summoners at all, so I would love to see this Sejuani look at the bot lane here and hopefully try to get something happening here, because this bot lane has looked completely different than it did in Game 1, but we do see, I mean, a pretty large lead in terms of just overall gold on the Ezreal. you know, I know they're even in CS, but being 3-0 versus 2-1 is a pretty big lead on the Ezreal at this point, about 400 gold up, which is pretty big for an Ezreal at this point in the game, where they're not really that strong. So I'd love to see the Sejuani focus a little bit more on this bot side that's been a really hotly contested lane.
Yeah, well, Dragon is up, so Sly is there, and he's going to look to secure this one. Second Dragon of the game, possibly Atlas is going to get hooked in, though. Black Shield, good taunt, and he's going to be able to secure the Dragon. Now, where can the kills come in? Thresh is going to go down. Sejuani sure to follow there, and everything going in the favor of World Class Splash right there.
Wow, Sejuani, big misplay there. Actually had the smite up, and didn't smite when it was at, I saw it go down to 400 before the Shen got hurt, before the Shen got his smite in. So big misplay on the Sejuani there. There's no reason for that to go over to the Shen in a spot where the Shen really shouldn't have had much of a chance to get into that area. You gotta have the secures coming out from the Sejuani.
I just thought that was really weird how Eternity decided to chase Almot all the way through the river while his wave was pushed into the turret. Like, he just missed an entire wave just to chase Eternity. Or I'm sorry, Almot.
Yeah, right. A little interesting there. Doesn't really end
not
up
that
mattering
big a
at
deal,
all.
but
I mean,
it's still weird.
Yeah,
it adds up.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting play. As you said, like, doesn't really make sense, but I don't know. This game is a lot different from the first game, and we're looking. I mean, World Class Splash is looking like they had that mental reset that we said they needed to be able to compete here in this series, and they're looking really good right now. I mean, I know they only have about a 1K gold lead, but
Stun gonna land. Okay. Yeah, nothing to come from that. I think though, like you said, like I just feel like they almost gave up like those first 3 kills, like the 2 in the bot lane, 1 in the mid lane, and then like it felt like World Class Splash just kind of like gave up. They were like, all right, let's just focus on game number 2. Like, I mean, maybe it wasn't there that they gave up. Maybe they were like, okay, we'll go a little further, but like it just kept snowballing. And at some point, I think they said, okay, it doesn't matter what we do this game. Like, we'll just play it out and then focus on next game. And they've really come back swinging. They're up 1K right now, and you know, being able to secure that second Dragon is huge because that delays the possibility of an early Dragon Soul, which could very well be a win condition for the side of Predictive Gaming Raijin.
Right. Yeah, and as you kind of said, these 5-game series especially. Oh, that was a little bit late on the Black Shield, but it doesn't end up mattering. But yeah, these 5-game series coming out in playoffs they're not sprints. These teams mentally and, you know, I guess in a way it's a game physically, can't just you know, they can't put their all into game 1, especially when it's that one-sided early game. You know, World Class Splash might have been able to come back, maybe take that game to a 40-minute mark and, you know, just stall forever. And try to make something happen, but at that point you're wasting so much of your mental energy and so much of you know,
it's true.
You're wasting so much time just trying to win a game that's going to be really, really hard to win. So as you said, just mental resetting, saying this game's done, we're going to go to game 2, try to make this series competitive, and, you know, maybe take this to 4 or 5 games. And really, at this point, it looks like they're ready for this marathon on the side of World Class Splash. And Predictive Gaming at this point has to either do a mental reset of their own or figure out how to get back into this game quickly so they can get a solid, hopefully, you know, 3-1 or 3-0 series if they want this game to go a little bit more their way, because it seems like World Class Splash has a really good, you know, overall mentality on how far they're willing to go to take this series.
Yeah, I think, you know, not all is lost yet for Raijin. They still have a lot of time, you know, and same with World Class. There's a lot of time to either, you know, make the plays or make mistakes. So I'm not counting either team out, but I just want to give some credit to the Shen real quick. Being involved in every single kill so far, he's been on point with joining the team fights and being able to secure that Dragon was just massive in that fight. And getting a 3-man taunt as well. Like, I just want to give some props to Atlas real quick, as oh my goodness, that is a huge Q coming out of Zoe.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's exactly what we were kind of talking about in the pregame. It's if this Zoe gets some sort of pick, you're gonna start here soon seeing one shots.
Almont.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
it's just half health.
That is crazy.
Yeah, a single combo from this Zoe at this point is just gonna be half healthing people. Oh, that almost killed.
Bubble?
Not quite gonna be able to get it, but yeah, as you said, Atlas in 100% kill participation. That's exactly what we needed to see from him, especially after game 1. It's just getting kill participation, being around the map, being present in these fights.
Yeah.
Is something that's absolutely huge and something that we needed him to change from game 1.
Yeah,
and he's answering our call really.
I think that Kane just was really not the call for what was picked. I think they had kind of a team composition in mind, but it seemed to get shaken up a little bit there. Glacial Prism is going to come down. Jalappy going to get locked up. Ult did come out onto him, so he stayed alive for a good amount of extra time. Ignites down on the Sly. He's going to go very low. As Reese's Cup going to get ulted on here. Flash comes forward for Flopper Goblin. Not enough damage for either side, though. There's a great hook going to land onto Set right as he teleports in. Damage going to come through, though. Showstopper comes through as well. And Eternity is going to go down eventually here, but not before picking up a kill for himself. So 2 for 2, I guess it was.
Yeah, it was really close there. In the mid lane, you saw that Zoe and the Ahri really going back and forth at it. Oh my god.
Oh, the flash. No.
Oh my gosh. Dude, these mid laners are playing so well right now.
They're playing out of their mind as we see Ezreal is going to get taunted up. Does get taken down. Now Sly is left all alone. Has to smite to try to stay alive. But Atlas going to be able to pick up that kill and says, thank you for the dragon. Dabs with the little penguin.
That's so unfortunate. That is
unfortunate.
Rough. Oh, man. These fights are so close, though. I mean, you saw that in the mid lane. I mean, it was just absolutely ridiculous. It came down to the very last tick of damage coming out from anyone in the Ahri with that Q coming back, ended up turning out for the kill for the Ahri on the return from the Zoe kill, which was the very last auto. I mean, this is such a close fought game, and I think the big difference, as we keep saying, is coming in the jungle right now, which is completely different from what we saw in the game 1, which was the other side of the coin. But Atlas has just looked so good here. He's had such a great focus on these objectives past the first dragon, and really started to, start to win these fights against the Sejuani and shut her down.
Yeah.
And she really hasn't been able to impact the game much at all because of the Shen and his just ability to be so much around the map.
Yeah, he has so much presence just having that ultimate available. And last game, I mean, we talked about it, Sly was everywhere. He was the playmaker, and now it is completely flipped. Atlas is on point, and yeah, he definitely came to play for this game number 2, looking to tie things up. We could be looking at possibly a 4-game series. Showstopper is going to come down onto Almont. He takes a lot of damage, but is able to back away.
Yeah, and he did burn the ultimate there on the side of the set. It won't end up mattering, but we see the Rise now has to play relatively safe all the way back into tier 2, which feels pretty bad for the Rise. Man, he just can't win trades. I know he technically won that there, but I mean, it's still not looking great for him. If this set hits an E that turns into a stun, I mean, the Rise would just die, I think, in most scenarios.
Oh, Trouble Bubble gonna land there. Q's gonna come out. Oh, so close to taking Flopper Goblin down. That is just, she just needs a little bit more damage, and she's gonna be able to just absolutely destroy you if you get hit by a Trouble Bubble.
Right, yeah. Oh, man. And then we see the Thresh caught out here.
Yeah, Thresh gonna get taunted up. Hook does land. Black Shield comes through, though. I think with the help of Bluebird, he's able to make it out.
Right. Good presence of mind there on the side of Atlas and Chalappy to know that they are going to have help coming soon. They don't have the vision on the enemy team to be able to fully commit on that play. And a good observation by them. They had the Sejuani and and Bluebird on the Ezreal collapsing there, so they probably would have ended up at least trading 1-for-1 there. So good, mindfulness there to be able to back off of that play when they realize that they're not going to be able to just one-shot this Thresh and just take what they had in their presence overall on the map.
Yeah, no, one thing I wanted to mention was, Flopper Goblin versus Reese's Cup in this mid lane. I feel like it is so important who actually wins that matchup. Just because if we think back to that third dragon, that's going to have to wait, as there's going to be a 2-man stun in the top lane. Almond has to flash out. Flopper Goblin able to Spirit Rush away. But, thinking back to that dragon, whoever won that fight could have joined, the dragon and turned that fight one way or the other. I think really whoever wins that mid lane, secures that objective. So being able to see Reese's Cup convincingly win these exchanges, I say as he gets chunked out in the mid lane. But, seeing him win those exchanges and, almost getting the kill, that kind of spells trouble for looking at this like mid game, because you really need to be able to win out that mid lane and be able to push it up to get the dragons that you want.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a lot of presence here. And he has a pretty large advantage at this point. He's 30 CS up. He's 3, 2, and 4.
No.
Oh my god.
Not the place to recall. Oh, but
he missed
misses.
How do you miss that?
That is unfortunate.
He had vision. I don't know how he misses that. You just have to click on their head, man. Like, it's as simple as a CS:GO clicking heads kind of thing, man. Like, you have to hit those, man. Those are the differences in this game, though, that you're gonna have to hit those abilities.
What I think it was, though, was he was going for the dash over the wall, and he had to aim to the closest part of the wall so he'd make it in time. Debay, you're in the wrong spot, bud. He's gonna get taken out.
Eternity,
and,
what are you doing?
Eternity joins this fight, does teleport in. He's gonna be able to throw the Haymaker to stay alive. His Atlas is gonna join as well, but the instant charm up on a Chalapi, he's gonna get taken very low. Shutdown gonna come out there for Set now. Chalapi stays alive thanks to that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's able to stay up here. Now, Ezreal has joined the fight. Can Bluebird clean this one up? Hook's going to land on the Atlas. Great hook right there. Taunt's going to come out, though. Sly still alive here. Chalapi's going to go very low. Does get taken out. And Bluebird going to get himself his 8th kill of the game. And the turret and dragon sure to follow here.
Yeah, and Predictive Gaming says you can't count us out quite yet. Big teamfight win there. To be able to get this dragon. Now they're 2 dragons to 2, and a huge teamfight win there, 5 for 2 on the side of Predictive Gaming Raijin. And they're looking, I mean, that was an amazing teamfight. I know that World Class did troll a little bit there. Debay on the Jhin got a little caught out, and it seemed like Eternity just took a really bad teleport just a little bit too late. Ended up getting caught out as well and had to kind of just kite back into the Rise, while he was able to get that kill. He dies himself for it. They need to be a little bit more on the same page here on the side of World Class Splash if they want to be able to win those sort of team fights. And it seemed like Predictive Gaming realized that they had an opportunity to make something happen, and they took it, and they're seizing these opportunities to get back into this game, which is something they absolutely needed to do. And as you can see now, the gold's basically even again here, 26 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I think one of the things to note there is World Class Splash took that fight 4v5. The Jhin went down, and then they were like, okay, well, Eternity's already here, and they almost turned it. That's the huge thing to me, though, is that 4v5 World Class Splash was almost able to swing that fight in their favor. Jhin is a very, very important piece of this team. 5, 2, and 4 on that Jhin. Started got 2 items completed. So if he stays alive in these fights, that is huge. Also, Reese's Cup got really caught out in that fight. He got charmed up immediately and almost bursted.
Yeah, definitely not the best fight for World Class Splash. But as we have kind of talked about throughout this game, it's a battle of who can hit more abilities here. And that, I mean, you saw that fight, as you said, the charm hit gets them caught out. I know the Jin was caught out already, but we just saw all of the abilities that matter get hit there. And it's super huge, as Almot might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he gets taunted up. Nope, not too much going to come from that, although Reese's Cup is joining the fight here. Meanwhile, though, Predictive Gaming Ryzen's like, okay, you guys, you know, messed around up in the top jungle. We'll just take mid turret, whatever.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, goodbye, Almot. Flopper Goblin gonna get soloed in the bot lane too. Oh, just barely able to dodge the haymaker.
Oh man.
Finding
Bluebird,
going
nice
wide.
One. Yeah. Yeah. Good on Flopper Goblin there to get out of that. That was really close. Almost died there. Was able to ult out right at the last second to be able to stay alive. If he would have died there, that would have been very bad on the side of Predictive Gaming. You would have had both your solo lanes dead at that point. And you see a lot of side lane pressure here coming out from the set. Not really able to be matched much because this Ahri just can't seem to find any Wayne trades against the set if she you know, walks up to clear these waves. So the set's able to get a lot of pressure in this bot lane.
Yeah, Set, I honestly think that he's becoming more of like a split push threat than Almot is at this point. Almot, I mean, he's got 3 items completed. He just like still feels a little bit underpowered.
Yeah, it's, I mean, this Rise though, I know he hasn't had a lot of impact on this game, but at this point, you look at his items. He's at 3 items. He has completed boots. I mean, he's going to start to be doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
It's going to be really crazy, I think, because, I mean, you see him with, he has the Rylai's, he has the Leandries, he's going to be able to put out a ton of damage here if he has the ability to stay in team fights for a long time.
I think the problem is, like, since he's had 3 items, we've seen him, like, get caught out in the top lane by Atlas and Reese's, so, like, I don't think it was like a fair analysis of like how much damage he does and like how he compares to Set at this point, because he just kind of got caught. But we are going to see a bit of an engage here. Bluebird going to go way aggressive, jumps over that wall, dodges the taunt though. Shalappy is able to get the soul shackles onto 2 members of the team there. Goblin's able to dash out. Eternity right into the middle of the team fight here. He's going to go down to half health as the Stand United is going to come down on top of him, but Atlas is going to take a whole bunch of damage for it. 2-man stun though. Bluebird will fall. Eternity gets a second haymaker off this fight. He's able to kill Sly as well. Jin is about to run rampant through this team. It's Bonehard going to get taken out as well. World-class splash. Not the fight they took, but the fight they wanted. They're going to be able to pick up the dragon here as well, making this sole point.
Wow. Debay there. I know he didn't have a lot of impact on that fight because of where he was positioned. Yeah. But the fact that he got that long, I know he couldn't do anything much early in that fight, but the fact that he was just able to survive that long, especially with how much they put onto him, I know the Sejuani dove into their backline just to try to kill this Jin and didn't get the kill. And when you don't finish those kills onto something like a Jin, he's able to come back. As you can see, or as you saw there, he kind of just walked towards them, you know, being able to auto, getting those kills, ended up cleaning up there, and was a small teamfight win, but a teamfight win that they really needed on the side of World Class Splash.
Absolutely, yeah, they definitely showed up there, and I think it all started though with a little bit of over-aggression from Sly and Bluebird. Jumping over that wall early on, it burns their mobility, so like Bluebird's just caught there. Like he either has to run towards mid lane or run all the way around that wall. Then his flash, I believe he did burn that fight as well. So, but I think he probably should have been a little more conservative with the rift walk and just play these fights a little bit more carefully. He has all of the kills for his team, so I think he's got to be a little bit more conservative in team fights.
Right. As we see, it looks like they want to get this Eternity here.
Yeah, Blade of the Rune King gets popped there. He's going to use the showstopper over the wall. Haymaker comes out to keep him alive a little bit longer. Stand United comes down as well, and they might be able to pick up Bluebird here. Do get him. but what is it going to cost them? Eternity has already fallen. Atlas is going to go low as well. Teleport is going to come in. Almont will join this fight, and you talked about it. He's got so much damage and just absolutely annihilates this team. Jalappy going to go down as well. And Almont going to get himself 2 more kills this game. They might look towards Baron here. Reese's, you got to be careful, man.
Wow, that Rise damage was insane. It looked like the fight was going to be even, and the Rise TP's in, just one-shots the whole team on the side of World Class Splash. As I was saying earlier, just so much damage at this point.
This is dangerous.
Yeah.
That's a Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe Q can do more damage than Smite at this point, I think.
Oh, they waited for it.
That was a good idea.
Oh, charm up. Quentin's gonna come out though. Q misses. Oh, Zoe. Oh, that was so close. Okay. Sly got it. Ooh, that was scary. Yeah,
I saw it disappear from the map, and I really thought that Zoe got it. It was so close.
Oh my gosh. Sly flexing his mastery, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was scary.
So close. Yeah. Man, if that Zoe would have picked that up, it would have been an absolute heartbreak on the side of Predictive Gaming, right? Because they just win that huge team fight. They're able to get onto the Baron. Yeah. The Zoe's the only one alive, and then just goes and steals it. That would have been completely just a heartbreaker. But good thing on the side of Sly to be able to secure that with the Smite against something like a Zoe, which as you're kind of alluding to there, can do so much damage to those single targets if she's able to get her Qs out. But also, hats off to Flopper Goblin there to kind of distract that Zoe so she isn't able to just kind of poke at it.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised that Reese's Cup didn't opt to do like try to chunk out Sly so they couldn't do the Baron, but I guess feeling confident he could steal it and just not quite able to get the kill. As Eternity is looking for a fight with Almont, but he is pretty fed at this point. Seraphs is going to come out. A lot of damage coming back from both sides, but the lockup is going to come through. Eternity not able to get the stun there. Stand United is going to come through. Almont, he gets haunted up, gets the snare down onto Atlas, and Atlas is going to get taken down. You were talking about those item spikes coming out. Huge. So that Rise now, Flopper Goblin going to get caught out in the bot lane, but that's 2 kills picked up top lane. And they're going to be pushing it down with Baron buff.
Yeah, they need somebody to go answer that, because that's going to be at least 1 turret here. And nobody's going on the side of World Class Splash here. They are going to push here pretty fast, as you can, look at that Rise damage coming out, 1100 critting on all of these minions, and you just give up a free turret because you're not able to answer that, as well as it's going to be this 3rd dragon potentially here for Predictive Gaming, which is pretty huge. This Morgana's so far into their jungle though.
Yeah, Jalappy is like he's constantly living in a state of like almost death. Like the places he goes to ward, like no other person should be allowed to get there. Yeah. I think he's been punished for it too, but that man is insane. He didn't even really get any wards down. Like, he tried to ward the dragon, and I think it just got cleared.
Yeah, it got cleared. All of his wards that he had up got cleared almost immediately. And he's really lucky he wasn't seen, because that would have been a really easy kill for them to pick up on the Morgana.
What a maniac.
Yeah, that was insane.
Okay, now, I just want to point out, though. Okay, 65k to 35.8k. Or 65.8k. Sorry, I can say numbers. 20 kills to 20. Both teams are on soul point. Honestly, like, this game is turning out to be quite the exciting match.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat just pointed out the Morellos on the Ahri. It's a little troll. That's definitely a little. That's a little troll. I don't know what healing you're trying to stop. But.
Yeah, that's a good point. Painmaker gonna come out in the bot. Showstopper gonna come out too. Oh my gosh, Almont just getting obliterated by Eternity.
Yeah, that's just what happens when a set gets on top of a ranged character, I guess. In this case, you just see absolutely 100 zeroed him, and he's still basically full health. And then he's able to lifesteal. Obviously, it's just Eternity's just, I mean, he's really trying his best to keep this team, or his team, in the game, despite really not having that much advantage. As he, you know, he's 70 CS down. He's not looking great in terms of the KDA, but he's able to, you know, put the pressure in these side lanes that's been really needed on the side of World Class Splash to be able to stay this.
I think that this game is going to come down to what happens in the next 3 minutes. Depending on what these teams do and who gets caught out, as Shalappy once again overstepping into the enemy jungle, he's going to get picked up. But there's still 3 minutes till Dragon spawn, so I don't think this is the worst thing in the world. We do see Teleport coming out in the mid lane, though. Almat's going to join this fight. Flash comes forward by 2 members of Raijin. Forcing out of a flash on Reetsies, but wow, they really want to push this advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they have a 4v5, so death timer's pretty long here. You think you want to push down here as much as possible.
That's going to be the showstopper on to Sly. He's going to go very low. Flash taunt comes out on the Flopper Goblin. No, he's going to go down. Now, who's next to follow? It's going to be Bonehard going down. Bluebird is able to flash the Haymaker, stays alive for a little bit longer. Curtain Call not able to pick up any kills there. And it's going to be a 3v3 here.
Bluebird Arcane shifted it into like their entire team there. That was so ballsy, but it paid off.
Bluebird is a bit of a maniac. I guess he just doesn't see the glass door. He's going to get taunted, though. Bluebird going to go very low. Soul Shackle's going to come down. He will get picked up by Chalappy now. Chalappy has to burn that Zanya's Hourglass. Omelette still alive. Still so much damage. Fly is going to try to run away. Debay? He's going to go so low.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Debay able to get himself like the 3rd or 4th kill of that fight. That was insane.
That was absolutely insane. I mean, yeah, as you said, the Jhin just couldn't die there. What great positioning coming out from Debay to be able to survive that long. And I mean, better than the Ezreal at this point. I mean, you see he has less room to really mess
Teleport.
up. Oh no.
Bonehard.
Eternity.
Dude, Eternity is ham this game.
He's going crazy. And they're just going to start a Baron, it looks like.
Yeah. No jungler for 15 seconds for Raijin here.
It could be free.
They can do this.
Yeah, I don't see any contention coming out on the side of Predictive Gaming. And they take this, they go down, they can look to take Soul as well.
This is massive. Okay, 43 seconds. Pings down onto Dragon for Raijin.
This is going to be a huge team fight coming up here.
I think who wins this team fight might actually win the game. This is this is huge.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is huge. Bird gonna get locked up and taken out before the possible fight for Soul.
Oh no, that's gonna be. I don't even see if you can contest this at this point. I don't think it's possible.
I think they have to back out. Oh my gosh.
That's so bad on the side of Predictive Gaming. It looks like World Class, unless something really crazy happens, is going to be able to hopefully take this game off of Predictive Gaming. Their first loss of the season, if that happens. Oh my goodness. This team looks completely different from Game 1.
Absolutely. World Class Splash. They went to the locker room. They washed off the bad vibes from last game and came back with a fresh start. They're going to be able to pick up a 40-minute Dragon Soul. Not the earliest Dragon Soul, but highly contested.
Yes.
And they've got Baron. They're going to be able to push down this mid lane, and they are looking ready. They took game to heart, the first game to heart. They saw that and they were like, you know what? We're going to come back fighting. We're not going to give up super easily, and they're definitely looking a lot better than game number 1.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be able to team together here, hopefully push down these turrets. But something they really need to do here soon is break this base. If they can't break this base on the side of Predictive Gaming, if they're not able to break Predictive Gaming's base, I mean, they can just stall forever with this team that they have. They're able to poke from a distance. They're able to clear waves relatively easy, especially with that Rise. I mean, you see how much damage he can put out, just absolutely slaughtering these waves. So if they can't break this base, This is going to be a really long slugfest on the side of World Class Splash just to be able to pick up their first win.
Yeah, and I've got to shout out Reese's Cup and Chalapi in these fights. Reese's Cup has been so consistent on this Zoe, able to chunk people out, and Chalapi always getting on priority targets, being able to get that Soul Shackle off. As we are looking at the gold differences here, 80 carries, almost 20,000 gold on that Jhin.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. 2K up on, I mean, he's a whole item up basically on this Ezreal, which is insane. You know, because their stats don't look that much different, but 2K gold, you know, coming out of the
they're both full build.
Right. But still, I mean, it's still just insane that that's that much difference with just 20 farm difference between the two.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it though, like the Ezreal, we didn't really feel like it was as impactful late game as maybe a Jhin or a Caitlyn, and I think we're kind of seeing that a little bit too. Bluebird though, his like, oh my god, he's had some questionable like grip blocks. Like he is so ham in these fights, and being caught out before that dragon was just massive too. I don't want to harp on the guy, but Flash, or I'm sorry, Flopper Goblin.
Just almost died there instantly.
That Zoe is just huge.
Yeah, we need this Rise to put out damage if they want to even stand a chance. And as you can see, Alma has to stand so far back.
Hook not gonna land. Glacial Prism does come out. Showstopper gonna go on to fly, but Eternity is just getting bursted down. A little bit of healing coming back here as the flashes are gonna come out. Almod gonna be able to Zanya's. I don't know if he really needed to do that there. Still pretty healthy.
Died. This is insane. No one, only the Ahri died there, which is crazy to me because of how much people got low there.
Atlas gonna dash forward. Atlas gonna get a little caught out here. Is able to dash over the wall. Yeah, it's honestly, I was waiting for like an all-in engage, but it really just like neither team wants to lose there. Honestly, like this late into the game, 44 minutes, if World Class Splash dies, they maybe don't lose the game, but they're gonna lose a whole lot for it.
Yeah, you're losing at minimum an inhibitor turret there, because at this point, the Sejuani is able to just tank turrets for days. So they can just run down even without a minion wave and just get turrets and objectives for basically free. You know, this Sejuani is not going to die to turrets anytime soon, with just how tanky that it is in general. And you know, you're probably able to take 30 tower shots just from the Sejuani, and then you can obviously swap out if you need to. But I mean, you can just tank turrets for absolute days on something like a Sejuani this late into the game, full build. You know, with Gargoyle's Stone Plate too, just can't die. So the fact that they're able, yeah, as you said, if they're able to win a team fight pretty convincingly, these death timers are just gonna be so long that they have a chance to win the game. As that's just absolutely insane damage.
Heal's gonna come out for Bluebird. He has to flash out of there too. Oh, that curtain call almost took him out too. Bluebird cannot go down here. Baron spawning in just under 20 seconds. Charm gonna land onto Eternity. Man, I love you, Chalapi. You've played really well this game, but you just gotta throw that Black Shield like a little bit sooner. He's missed so many Black Shields this game.
Yeah, he'll either Black Shield the wrong person or Black Shield just a little late. They're going to be able to just absolutely demolish this. And then they're probably going to be looking towards Elder as well, which is going to be up here in 45 seconds.
No, okay.
Not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
All right, they need to go straight down to this Elder at this point, though, to be able to hopefully take a fight there, and that will probably be the game.
Yeah, 35 seconds. They've got lane prio top, lane prio mid. Maybe able to push down here, and Almod's got to get himself to safety real fast. They see Bluebird, and they're gunning it down there.
Yeah, they need to contest this Elder, though.
Set is behind them.
Yeah.
Set's going to go in. He's looking for it. Rizal.
Good
that was
Rizal.
so good.
That's really the first Rizal I've seen this game.
Yeah.
It might have been the first one that he's used all game, but I mean, it was a game changer because it saves his whole team there.
Yeah, right before the Elder spawns, they needed to keep their team alive. Nobody dies. Predictive Gaming Ryzen. They're looking
to fight
take
here.
the fight. They have to take it. Sets on the back line. He's able to get the showstopper right on top of two members of the team. Bluebird's staying alive, though. Lots of damage come down on the slide. They're able to get Eternity. Sly is going to end up going down there. Hook's going to land on Jalappy. He does have the soul shackles. Not able to lock too many people up. Dude, Bluebird's going to fall, though. He's dead. Flopper Goblin's dead as well. This could be game. Minions are on. They're on the Nexus towers. Everybody's just going to run for it. Bonehard, the only one left to defend. And World Class Splash says, we're not giving up. Game number 1 may not have gone our way, but we're going to come back fighting. They're going to be able to take game number 2 and even things up in this best of 5 series. We have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I want to hear Silver Scrapes tonight, boys. Let's go for 5.
Let's go for 5, baby. GG, World Class Splash. The adjustments absolutely paid off. Well played, guys. And yeah, I can't wait to get into game number 3 because this is a really, really exciting series. That was like honestly one of the my favorite games I've casted in probably like since I've come back to casting. That was a really good game.
Yeah, it was very, very close on both sides. You see a ton of damage coming out of the Rise. But in that last fight, he just wasn't able to do enough to be able to secure the victory for Predictive Gaming. And we see World Class just come together, team fight after team fight, slugging it out, being able to take those objectives, get down to the Elder Dragon, and then just take their first game of the entire season off of Predictive Gaming Raijin. And I mean, they looked like a completely different team there.
Yeah, that is huge. Giving Raijin their first loss in this this league. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after a short break with game number 3. Don't go anywhere. Splash make wave in game number 2 there. Welcome back once again for Predictive Gaming Ryzen and World Class Splash. Once again, I'm the small dog, and joining me here is Krakadonius, the one and only. And yeah, let's see if the wave maker can keep on splashing, or if the time ninjas can pull something out on them. So let's see what happens.
I like how the hashtag it's only one wave. It's splash makes wave. Like there's only
Splash
one
makes
wave.
wave.
They're not making waves.
You only need one wave to win the game. So I mean,
true.
Yeah, it's just that one final minion wave.
They just make one. Let's go.
But getting into draft here, first bans are coming out. I think that World Class Splash had a good draft last time. I don't think it was the best because there were a lot of comfort picks that went over to the side of Ryzen, but obviously they were able to shut them down. So going with the same bans as last time, Zed, Hecarim, Cassiopeia, and we see Ryzen changing things up just a little bit here. Kled's going to get banned out. Zoe's going to get banned out, as well as the Graves. I think that's a really good idea. I wanted to touch on this in game number 1, but Ryzen banning out the Graves, with Sly being their main playmaker, they definitely want to put him in a comfortable position, and giving the enemy jungler something like Graves could absolutely disrupt his ability to impact the game.
Right, definitely. And I think for World Class Splash at this point, it's like if it's not broke, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So it's like you see the Shen first pick coming out. I think it's going to be a great thing for them to work around, because I think that Shen, especially in the early game, last game, had so much impact on the map, which is something we need to see out of the jungle here on the side of World Class Splash from Atlas if they want to keep in this game. And that's something that we saw in game 2. I think that, and also Poppy, that's an interesting pick.
Sly's actually played that 2 times, the split, and he won both of those games. So, well, I mean, they went undefeated. So yeah, they I keep saying like, oh, they've won this many games, but it's like, yeah, well, of course. They went undefeated until last game. I think Splash, you should be pretty proud taking a game off a team like Ryzen.
Yeah, they made wave. So
they made wave.
No, but you have the Poppy coming out, which I think is actually going to be a really good counter pick into the Shen, because it's impossible to kill a Poppy late game. I mean, there's just nothing you can do about killing it. Especially, I mean, it's just such a good front line. And then you have the Orianna as well, which is a relative comfort pick for the side of Predictive. I mean, Flopper Goblin's only played it once, but it's something that he is comfortable on, which is something that I think Predictive Gaming needs to do. And it's also taking away a comfort pick from Reese's Cup, who's played it 5 times this season as well. So being able to take picks away, but also being able to, get them on something that they want to play.
Ooh,
okay.
Anivia. Yeah, Jhin and Anivia getting locked in there. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. I think the Orianna also kind of tells us they're probably going to go with more initiation. They've got the Poppy who can jump in there. But I have a feeling that with the junglers, they're probably going to go with another jungler who can initiate fairly well. It could possibly be the Sejuani again. If they decide to pick it first round, they could be waiting until next round. It might not be a bad idea, to get Bonehard, something that he wants this round. So they're going to lock in that Thresh, ban away the Morgana. So I think that bot lane, it's been what's been the most impactful thing for me anyways on Ryzen in their previous games. So I think getting the bot lane comfortable is going to be really important. Getting jungle comfortable is really important as well. So banning away that Morgana, I think, is a really good decision.
Yeah, the fact that they get the Thresh and they get to ban away the Morgana is absolutely gigantic for them, because that was the difference between the Thresh actually being able to do something last game and then just being completely useless in a lot of those team fights, especially if the Morgana was hitting her black shields, which in most cases we didn't see a great showing of that. But
sorry, Chalapi. We got to call you out on it. You missed quite a few black shields.
But yeah, as I'm saying, we didn't see a great uses of the black shield. But even despite that, the Thresh really didn't do much of anything for Predictive Gaming there. So being able to hopefully at least get rid of the counter pick and lane is going to make their laning phase a lot easier overall on the side of Predictive Gaming here.
Yeah, I think taking away that Black Shield last game would have helped them snowball that lane early on, because you saw the 3 kills early go over to Bluebird, and he really wanted to snowball that, but they just weren't able to lock the members down. Bot lane was able to play safe and just, work through the game and eventually, get to the point where they could team fight and play from there. But we do see the Ezreal getting banned away, so Bluebird will not have that. And I think that's a great decision. He did show up really well on that Ezreal. As much as I want to say, like, it's not the most important ban, which I still firmly believe, I think it is going to make the bot lane just that much easier for the side of World Class Splash.
Right. Yeah, that's super important here. And then we see the Rise coming out again, which does mean that's going to be a Poppy jungle, which I think we both expected. But the Rise top again, I think he did great. That last team fight, he wasn't able to put out the damage. Rise is Camille. Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay.
That's very different then.
Yeah.
Camille in the top lane into a Malphite. I mean,
so
I
actually
really
played this matchup. So I was playing Malphite and I was against Camille. Now, mind you, this was probably like, silver level Camille, which is very different from Almont level Camille. But Malphite actually does fairly well into that matchup.
Yeah.
I was told it's a losing matchup for Malphite, but since you end up usually stacking a lot of armor, if you're able to get through those first, few levels and, go back, be able to buy some armor, come back with like a ninja tabby, it does fairly well. And you're able to go into the mid game with such a powerful ultimate as well. I honestly don't think the Malphite's a bad pickup at all.
Yeah, and then quickly we have the Vayne coming out, which I think is a very interesting pick. That's the first time we've seen Vayne come out from either of these teams this season. And that's, an interesting pick. You're going way down on the tier list for me, at least, in terms of ADCs, going all the way down to Vayne, which is a very average pick at best, in my opinion. And it's going to be completely outranged by this Jhin, and the Leona Engage as well. Should be really easy for them to be able to pull off onto a Vayne. So it's a very interesting pick for me. I don't know if that's the best pick on the side of Predictive Gaming, but if they're comfortable on the Vayne, that late game, it could be really, really huge.
Yeah, I think that, this might be like a Bluebird special here. I think he might be, really wanting to show up, especially after last game where you get that early, the early kills, and then you're just not able to, transfer that into the momentum that you need in the late game. He might be wanting to play something that just kind of pushes the tempo a little bit more. And Vayne, if you're able to get a few kills on her, absolutely fits the bill in that one. So we'll just have to see how it works out here. And, we will be announcing the $10 RP code in just a few minutes. I'm waiting to hear the word from that.
I already got it. Yeah.
You already got it. Okay.
Yeah. Our winner in the chat is actually Vandak. So VANDAK. So if they are in the chat, they have won our $10 RP code. As Benjamin's put in the chat, congratulations to you.
Rigged. Oh man. Yeah, congratulations, Van Dyke.
But yeah, just thank you everybody for being here.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate it all. And then on another note, our other series right now, World Class Avalanche versus who's the other team? World Class Avalanche versus
it's Lost Collective.
Yes, Lost Collective. World Class is currently up 2-0, and they're up 4.3k gold already in game 3. So it's looking like World Class Avalanche should be in the finals here.
Yeah.
Assuming any catastrophic events, maybe they're maybe their jungler's power goes out for the rest of the night or something, and they have to play 4v5 for the last 2 games or something. But I think that's the only chance they really have.
That's what Lost Collective is hoping for at this point. They're like, just, somebody DC. Well, that's all we need.
Somebody DDoS. No,
that is really exciting, though. World Class Avalanche, if they win, they will be going on to the finals to face the winner of this best of 5 series. So it could be Predictive Gaming Ryzen, or it could be World Class Splash, their sister team. It could be sister team v sister team, or it could be Predictive Gaming Ryzen has to, face like the raid boss of like World Class. Like they're like going up the line in like difficulty of bosses. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Right. These two orgs have a lot of history. World Class Splash has played, World Class has played against Predictive Gaming quite a bit in these amateur leagues. So there's always been this rivalry. It's never been these two specific teams before. It's other rosters that notoriously have been like head to head. But it's been these organizations always coming out, going head to head in playoffs and making a big splash, no pun intended. So yeah, best of luck.
They're making a big splash.
Yeah, big wave.
One big wave. Yeah. Oh man, that's good.
That's way funnier to us than it actually is, I think.
Oh yeah, the chat probably thinks we're dumb, but
just insane.
I love it.
Two casters.
But yeah, these teams are really interesting here. I'm really looking forward to this game 3 because I do think that this is going to be a huge turning point for one team or the other. If World Class Splash is able to pick up another game, they have all the momentum here. If Predictive Gaming is able to, pick up a game here, they can take that momentum back, reel it in and make this quite a big series for them, and then take them to whoever wins this game is going to go to game point here, which is going to be, absolutely huge.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think this is a pretty, you may have been touching on it. I kind of zoned out, but I'm not going to lie. But you may have been touching on it. This is a pretty big game. Whoever takes this, it's basically a best of 3 now.
Right.
The first 2 games, you have to put those out of your mind. Just go into game number 3 with a fresh mental reset and play it out from here. I think the hardest part, like we were talking about before, is a best of 5 series. It is mentally taxing on the players. To be focused for that long is very, very difficult. So actually pushing this one to a 4-game series is going to make it difficult. If they're able to push it to a 5-game series, it is going to be even more difficult on these players. You have to constantly be at the top of your game. So excited to see how this next game turns out. Looking at the drafts, though, I'm going to say I like the team composition for Predictive Gaming a little bit better. I think it's a little more versatile. There's a few different ways you can play it. World Class Splash, it seems like it's more of a front-to-back team fight style composition.
Right. I definitely agree with that. I think that the one advantage that World Class Splash has here is the fact that Anivia, coming into that mid to late game, can really stall out games very easily. So if, Predictive Gaming does get an early lead, like we have seen them want to do or, get in these first 2 games, Anivia is a really good staller here. And I think that they have a really good chance at being able to, stall it out to those late game team fights where they have a pretty good advantage. I mean, Anivia obviously late game is really great. Jin is really great late game as well. And then you have all of the engage coming out from the Mal fight, the Leona, and then the follow up from the Shen as well, to be able to have this really, really good team fight composition. And if they're able to get on the right targets in the Orion of the Vayne, they can really, hopefully, like hard win team fights if they're able to get the right targets.
Yeah, I think one of the things though is these teams haven't really been playing to scale as much. I guess like Almont really played to scale last game. He didn't really show up too much before he had like 3 items, and then he really started to, make an impact in the team fights. But I've really felt like both these teams, especially like mid and bot lane, like they want to go ham early on. So I feel like the Anivia may have been like a poor choice. But again, it's against an Orianna. So Orianna's not going to be, in your face ham the whole time like Zoe was last game. At least that's the way it seems to me. So, maybe it'll be a little bit different, but both bot lanes, I feel like, are fairly aggressive, fairly initiation heavy. So I'm interested to see how that bot lane turns out. What Sly ends up doing for his initial route. I'm just like really hyped for this game. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I just want to see what happens.
Yeah. As you were kind of saying, like this is a pretty important game here because at this point, it's basically a best of 3. Whoever comes out on top here is going to have a huge advantage going into game point on the next game. And so, either way that this game goes could be a huge turning point for this series in general. And I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great game.
Absolutely. It is going to be a really fun game. It's been a fun series so far. And, Krakadonius, you touched on it. I just want to say again, thank you guys all for joining us. Like you guys, players in the community, viewers who are watching, Benj, streaming, Breezy, all you guys do. Thank you all, because it gives us the opportunity to sit in front of a camera and talk like we know things and, get really excited about little pixels on our screen. So I thank you all is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and we do have a quick
really
pause at the beginning of this game as well.
And Krakadonius, I want to shout you out real quick because you've been on point this cast so far. Like, calling out the giveaway, making sure you're giving people updates on how the other series is going. You're doing awesome, man.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. I try my best. We do what we can. But quick pause here. I'm not sure what exactly is happening. I would assume it's internet issues on one side or the other. But oh, there we go. We are into game now. Game number 3 of Predictive Gaming Ryzen versus World Class Splash, and we're looking for another banger here.
Absolutely, yeah. If this game is anything like last game, I'll be so happy. I want to get to like 3 dragons and 3 dragons, even gold, even kills, like at like 20 or 30 minutes. Like I'll be happy,
Dude,
but obviously you can't get 6 dragons in 20 minutes, but you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it would be absolutely amazing to see them get to that, the same point where they kind of were last game. Oh man, what is that noise? That's the Leona. That's the Leona spam. Oh my gosh. That is a loud spam. Oh man. But yeah.
Doesn't get the stun.
Yeah, not quite. Not quite gonna get anything here, it looks like, but they were looking for something, which is very different from what they've done in every other previous game, with basically just doing a 5-point for both teams. So they were actually looking for something there, and were able to get some pretty deep vision there onto the opposing team's red buff, which is really nice. I mean, it's not gonna end up doing too much because Atlas is starting on the blue buff, but they will have a general idea of where he's going to be at, which is going to be really good.
What I think that Invade really did, though, is it baited out 3 wards there for, I guess not baited, but like World Class Splash had to expend those early trinkets. So now those aren't going to be available for a little bit early on here, which does give Sly an opportunity, possibly in that mid lane, possibly in the bot lane, to make something happen. But yeah, so 3 wards were burned for that invade. One thing I did think about, though, is like Ryzen's been happy to do the 5-point starts, and now they've decided, okay, we want to invade and get a little bit of vision. I'm kind of wondering if they feel the pressure a little bit, going into this game number 3 after last game, losing that despite having so many scaling champions. Maybe they're feeling a little bit pushed.
Yeah. I from one thing that I've experienced, especially being around competitive teams for as long as I have been, when you experience a loss for the first time, it can be really mentally taxing on you. So it's going to be really hard for Predictive here to figure out what their mentality should be coming into this game, just because of the fact that they haven't had to experience loss, at least in this league, this split.
Yeah.
So how are they going to deal with that? How are they going to bounce back in this game? And Almot looks like he's on top of it already here against Eternity.
Yeah, Eternity completely out of mana here. He has nothing left, and he's going to miss that cannon.
Yeah. That's a really rough time for this Malphite in the early game, because his only way to trade...
Early Shen gank in the bot lane. Stun's going to come out. Taunt's going to come out. And First Blood going over to Atlas.
Yeah, great play by Atlas there to expend the flash taunt, knowing that he's going to be able to pick up that easy kill onto the Vayne. And the Vayne's going to miss CS here as well, which is great on the side of DeBay if he wants to get a good lead here.
Sly trying to match the pressure in the top lane, and he succeeds. That's going to be Almot getting himself his first kill of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, because if this Camille gets a lead early, the Malphite's not going to be able to do anything. And you can see already how she's winning trades. And as it goes here, he also had to use his TP. So if Almot's able to, keep the foot on the pedal, all gas, no brakes to say, if he's able to do that consistently and be able to really win these fights as he has been already, it's going to be really hard for this Malphite to do much of anything.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I like that by Sly recognizing that the jungler was bot lane and being able to pressure top lane like that. That is what I expect from, a high-level jungler like Sly. So very good job from him. And yeah, like you were saying, this is going to get difficult for Eternity if he continues to fall behind. But like we saw last game, Eternity is a very good top laner. So I don't think he went into this game with no plan whatsoever. I think he's kind of got an idea behind this matchup. Considering he picked the Malphite into the Camille, I don't think he's quite a stranger to that. But yeah, we do see a slight CS gap forming in the bot lane. It was almost 10 CS when Vayne initially died, and she seems to have evened things up a little bit. But, Vayne is just one of those champions that's like, okay, it doesn't matter if I get a little bit behind in CS. Like, we're going for the late game. We're in it for the long haul. So she'll sit it out, keep farming up. Hopefully she doesn't get zoned off too much more CS.
Right, and actually, I want to correct you really quick. The Camille was actually a counter pick to the Malphite.
Oh, did I get on this?
Yeah, they were blue side, and it wasn't.
Oh, you're.
Yeah. So they were able to get the counter pick there. Or wait,
no, I think because red gets the first two, and then the second two. Yeah, Malphite was picked into the Camille.
Okay, yeah, I was wrong. Yeah.
He might have thought it was Rise. I don't know. But Eternity is going to get soloed in the top lane. Almot's going to get taken very low, but is able to flash out.
Ooh,
that's huge.
That's gigantic, yeah. Getting a solo kill this early onto a tank. Because, tanks scale well, but their early game is always a little rough. And especially when you get onto something like a bruiser like Camille that's going to want to take these fights really consistently early game, especially once she hits level 6, which she just did.
Last cone. I come over the wall, hook onto Chilapi. He's going to get ignited, knocked back, and he's going to go down. Once again, the over-aggressive support going to get punished. Chilapi, you got to chill a little bit.
Yeah,
I couldn't think of a joke.
Chilapi needs to chill. That's true.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Oh! Atlas coming in with another steal this game. Two-man shockwave, but not enough damage coming through. Reese's Cup now in a bit of trouble. Is going to get that Anivia egg popped. Almot might be able to pick this one up in time. Does get the kill as Chilapi has respawned to rejoin this fight. Flashes in to get the Zenith Blade, but not able to save his teammate. But World Class Splash got the dragon. I think you're happy about that.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's worth every time if you're able to get or take away rather the dragon for almost anything. And the fact that you especially with that first dragon, Predictive Gaming wants to get that for free, and the fact that they can't do that really hurts them. The fact that they really just can't Because if you have to trade almost anything for a first dragon, or even if you lose that first dragon, it's not going to be worth it in most scenarios. So the fact that World Class Splash is able to steal that away is absolutely really big.
Yeah, and I think World Class Splash really has kind of found their number, because this is the first dragon that Predictive Gaming was not able to, or I'm sorry, first game this series that Predictive Gaming has not been able to secure the first dragon. So yeah, World Class Splash definitely stepping it up in game number 3 here.
Yeah, and you can definitely see a lot of patterns coming out from Predictive Gaming. I know we're only 3 games in, but it seems like they have the same early game plan.
They've got a formula, yeah.
Right, yeah. It's like you do a couple ganks towards the top side. You go towards the bot side. You try to, push in lanes and get that dragon. And it seems like World Class has kind of figured that out a little bit. And they're trying to play against that a little bit. You've seen the Camille still doing well in the top side of the map, but they've been able to, keep a lot more pressure in the bot side and in the mid lane, being able to push those waves in to be able to contest these dragons more consistently.
Ooh. And we see Almond skirmishing with Eternity once again. Now, one thing that you do need to be a little bit worried about if you're World Class Splash is that Camille in the top lane getting 3 kills early on here. And you also need to be a little bit wary of the Vayne. She did pick up a kill in that fight, and she has even that CS up substantially. So going towards this mid game, those 2 champions are going to be very, very impactful.
Right. And you use that Camille into something like a Jhin that's going to be relatively immobile against it. This Camille, if played correctly, as we might put them here.
Bluebird in a bit of an awkward spot. Flash taunt does come out onto him. He's gonna pop the ult. Bluebird's gonna get knocked very low. Curtain call comes out, but the body blocks are gonna come through there. Not able to thread the bullet. And Bluebird's gonna stay alive, but turret pressure is gonna come in here. World Class is gonna push this.
Yeah, they're gonna get a lot of turret platings here. At least a couple. I would assume they're gonna take most of this turret here with the 3 people that they have on it. And they have another wave pushing in here as well. So you're going to have a lot of damage coming out onto this turret, which is going to be really good for this Jhin early. Being able to, hopefully unlock him a little bit earlier to come into that mid lane, be able to farm out of 2 lanes. And the earlier, the better at that point. Because, you want to get as much tunneled onto this Jhin as possible. And then also, when you look at this mid lane, I know the Anivia is 0-1, but you look at these CS numbers, they're absolutely gigantic on both sides. I mean, they're almost at 10 CS a minute, which is really, really impressive here, coming from both of these mid laners, especially the Orianna, who has been kind of getting pushed in by this Anivia pretty consistently throughout this game.
Yeah, both mid laners seem to be okay farming it out. I kind of mentioned it. They don't seem like the 2 champions that are going to go like super duper ham like early on. So I expect them to keep farming for a little bit and then, join for those dragon fights. I think that's what these champions were really drafted for. It's a little unfortunate though. Like I was kind of thinking through like the combinations, and I just love when teams run like Anivia Vayne or Anivia Poppy. So in my mind, it would have been perfect if Anivia was drafted on the other side, because you can like throw up that wall and then condemn somebody or just knock them into the wall. But missed opportunities. It's okay. But 16.4K teams are even. I got to commend Atlas again though. He has been on point with those smites. Sly, you're still my favorite. You're still my favorite jungler. I love you, man. He's awesome, but yeah, he's missed a couple of smites so far. Atlas, he's been on point.
Right.
So you got to give him props for that. But
yeah, it definitely looked really good here. As we're in this pause really quick, a quick update on our other series. World Class Avalanche did end up beating them 3-0. So they will be in the finals against whoever wins this series. Either way, it's going to be a good storyline. We either have the sister teams kind of going at it, or we have that classic rivalry that we've seen as you said, across multiple leagues, just coming out here.
Yeah, and I think that I could be wrong about this. Oh, hold that for a second. Eternity is going to get ganked in the top lane. Does have his ultimate available. Is able to knock everybody up. Flashes out, and he might actually be good in this one. He's going to keep running. I think he's good.
Wow, he is.
Poppy's still chasing. I mean, Sly wants it.
Catches, though.
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't get it. But so I just wanted to say real quick, you know, Swagner, if you're in the chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Ryzen is the last standing team for Predictive Gaming, the organization that is still in the running for one of their tournaments. Obviously, Predictive Gaming Ryzen beat Tartarus 2-0 last week, so Tartarus is no longer in the running. And then Predictive Gaming Chronos got knocked out of the Blue Otter League. So I think Ryzen for this season is the last remaining hope for Predictive Gaming. And so far they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, they are definitely looking really good here. It looks like they're gonna maybe be in a little bit of trouble here though.
Yeah, a bit of a tower dive coming in here. Might have been not what World Class Splash was looking for. Atlas is going to go down, stun lands onto Bluebird. Bluebird's still chasing, though. He was able to dodge the stun from the Solar Flare. He's not able to get enough damage, but the stun comes out from Almont, and Chalapi is so very low. Sly is going to flash through to secure the kill. Knock up onto today. I don't know if they have enough follow-up here, though.
Yeah, I definitely do not have enough follow-up there. The Poppy at this point in the game just doesn't do quite enough damage to be able to, you know, 100-0 Jin by herself. So won't quite be able to, but great heads up play there by Predictive to be able to get what they did out of that play that, I mean, shouldn't have probably gone much their way when they're getting turret dove there.
Oh! Bonehard from downtown with the hook right there. Stay United gonna come through, and Atlas gets himself a kill. Bonehard with a good-looking hook, but just not enough follow-through. Sly's gonna go down as well. That was really unfortunate.
Two bad dives back-to-back there from both teams. Wow, that's rough. Eternity might be in a little trouble.
Unstoppable Force comes out. Hextech ultimatum to counter it, and Eternity gonna go down.
That is rough. I don't think Eternity can do much of anything at this point. He's gotten solo killed twice now. This Camille's 4-0 has a gigantic shutdown, and at this point, the Malphite just kind of has to say GG and sit underneath the turret if he wants to be able to stay in this game.
I do have to say, I stand corrected. Swagner said in chat that Fusion is still technically in the running, so there's two teams for Predictive Gaming. So even if, you know what, Ryzen, you can lose, you know, it's okay. We still have another hope. No, I'm just kidding. I really hope, honestly, I hope Ryzen wins. And, you know, I am saying this slightly biased, because I do really like Predictive Gaming, but I think it would be more exciting to see Predictive Gaming Ryzen against World Class Avalanche than it would to see World Class Splash versus World Class Avalanche. So I am rooting for Predictive Gaming for a couple of reasons in this one. And Chalapi, once again, you're not meant to ward there.
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty common theme that we've seen throughout all three of these games. I know they did win game 2, but that was kind of despite Chalapi kind of just constantly out of position trying to get these wards off. I appreciate the aggressiveness, but sometimes it's just a little bit too much, and it seems like Chalapi just doesn't you know, have his eyes set on the correct prize when he's looking at when and where to be putting these very deep wards. It just seems like he's mistiming them just a little bit here and getting caught out.
Yeah, I think Chalapi, he is a very aggressive support, likes to try to get those deep wards, but I think he's just not keeping in mind the map state at the time and not respecting the possible missing in action players. So, you know, getting caught out. 3 deaths this game, he's got to be a little bit more careful. Eternity also not having a great game here in the top lane. You see the Trinity Force is already completed on Almont. He's looking very strong on that champion.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, this Malphite can't do much of anything. He does have a lot of armor at this point. It's just really hard.
Hook gonna land on Chalapi again. He comes in on that too. Gonna land the Solar Flare. They're able to take Orianna down. Teleport coming in to follow as well as the Stand United. So all of a sudden, you have all 5 members of World Class Splash. Malphite's so happy to get out of that lane. He was like, oh, a chance to teleport. I don't have to be alone with Camille anymore. I'll totally take that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, he doesn't get to do much. And it's just really hard. Just because like they're not able to do much with that teleport. They will be able to hopefully get this dragon here. Looks like they're going to be able to secure it here once it comes up. They do have nice vision around it, which is very, very good. But they are going to be able to. Looks like they're going to try to contest it on the side of.
This is actually going to be really big. If Reese's Cup goes down before this fight, this is going to be almost impossible to contest. But the rest of World Class Splash is here to help him. Almond going to get taunted up, but not able to focus him down. Sly now going in, knocks up 4 members of the team. A great shockwave onto 3. Ultimate's going to come out from Eternity. He does get the knockup, but gets taken down almost immediately. Chalapi going to get hooked up there, tries to stutter step it. Bluebird, meanwhile, able to dance his way out in the bot lane here. Curtain Call going to slow down all 3 members here, but I don't think World Class is able to lock down anybody. So a 2-for-1. Dragon is up. This is actually huge.
Yeah.
Predictive Gaming Raijin has to contest.
Oh yeah, 100% they have to. If they just give this up, it's not good at all because that'll put them on soul point. Oh no, they did.
That's soul point for World Class Splash. The engage is going to come in afterwards. Bluebird not able to get himself any kills, but 2 kills picked up for Predictive Gaming Raijin. Almond looking real strong on that Camille. 4 kills on Orianna is nothing to laugh about either. Almond is just so aggressive here. Atlas, another shockwave onto 2 members of the team. Chalapi gonna go very low, does get taken out. Eternity left to run away. Feels like that's mostly what he's been doing this game. I feel bad for saying that, but like Eternity is just like constantly like he unstoppable forces and then he like just has to run away.
Yeah.
Almond again.
Oh
my god, Bonehard with the Mad Life hook.
I can't believe that hit. I can't believe that hit.
I swear there was a minion there.
Yeah, I did too. I thought there was a minion there too. I don't know what happened. It looked like it curved around the minion.
I guess Malphite's hitbox is like just that big.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, is that turn? Okay, I thought that turn was going to go down for a second. They are on Baron as well. Oh wait, that's never mind. That's Rift Herald. It's not even 20 minutes. Predictive Gaming is looking almost like game 1 again, in my opinion. They've definitely come back quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think we could say it's game 1 because they're not like 20k ahead at 20 minutes. Like that game 1 was just absurd. So I mean, they are coming back. But the big issue that I see right now is the dragon. There's 3 minutes and 30 seconds until that soul point comes up, and Predictive Gaming has to get that.
Yeah, the problem about it is the fact that, I mean, it's the worst Dragon Soul by far, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
It just feels really bad for World Class Splash because if this was a Infernal Soul, if it was an Ocean Soul, even if it was a Mountain Soul,
yeah,
I mean, it looks so much better for them in terms of their overall stats that they're getting.
I think it is still useful, you know, like looking at Unstoppable Force being like one of their main initiation tools as well. Oh, that was beautiful. Flash of the Wall comes out though. Reese's Cup getting taken real low. Does end up going down. Atlas joins the fight. Little too late. Solar Flare gonna come through, but there's no damage from the side of World Class Splash. They've already lost that. Now Chalapi is trying to dance his way around, but another great hook coming out from Bonehard. And he's going to go down as well. 3 members dead. Predictive Gaming Raijin, what do? They're going to look towards this inhibitor.
Yeah. These hooks are absolutely insane this game.
Oh, the stun coming out. The Bay's going to get stunned up. Takes so much damage from that Camille. Going to try to run away, but does get taken down. And Almond is just... You give him an inch and he just runs with a mile. Like, whoa.
Yeah, I think they're probably gonna reset here and then maybe look for Baron as well. I know they do have the Shen up, so maybe they won't. But that's definitely something they could look for here soon. I don't. I mean, predictive gaming is kind of running away with it at this point. I they posted the clip of that in the chat. I kind of want to look at this really quick.
Oh, yeah, the hook.
Yeah, it looks like it went through a minion, even as I'm looking at it. Yeah, it definitely did.
That is insane.
I don't know if maybe his
Oh my god,
his
hitbox is just that huge. Yeah, so what it was the hook is like just before the minion.
Right. Yeah.
And
so
like
his
hitbox was like just a little bit bigger than the minions. But that just, I think what makes it look so crazy is that like the hook hit the Malphite and then like jumped over to center on the Malphite.
Right.
And so it looks like it just went straight through a minion.
Yeah. The hitbox has to be super weird on the Malphite, because I know the hook hitbox on Thresh Hook is pretty small. It doesn't really give much room for error most of the time. Unlike something like a Nautilus hook or even a Blitzcrank hook that kind of literally turn sometimes. Like you can see that they're going one direction, they turn a little bit because they have to hit something. Oh man.
Reese's Cup is taking a page out of Chalapi's book and just face checking bushes now.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. The the combination of chocolate and peanut butter just wasn't right on this one.
Oh, the flash in from Bluebird. Oh, he actually dodged the taunt as well. I don't actually know what happened there. I thought he got taunted up, but nonetheless, Bluebird gonna be able to pick up 2 kills here. Going to give over the 3rd kill, I guess, and that should be game for World Class Splash.
Yeah, he turned into the only one alive.
Predictive Gaming Raijin. I just said the totally opposite name.
Yep. But yeah, Malphite's the only one alive. He's not going to be able to clear these minions. He's going to die here.
Yeah, his Unstoppable Force does use it, but I mean, these are short respawn timers. They're trying to end it. Reese's Cup has respawned. Wall goes up. 4 seconds left on the rest of the team here. I don't think it's going to be enough. Predictive Gaming Raijin going to take game number 2, push it to a 4th game here, and I mean, that could be it. I mean, Predictive Gaming Raijin, if they follow through, if they win game number 4, that could be it. They could be going to the finals. World Class Splash, ball is in their court. They've got to come back this next game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they definitely need to make something happen in this 4th game here. Obviously, game point for the side of Predictive Gaming Raijin. They've looked absolutely amazing in their 2 wins, and even their loss. It was a very, very back and forth, very close game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're looking like a really, really top quality team here. Even against these best teams, you've seen them, take a loss and be able to bounce back with another amazing game. I think that they are both 25-minute wins, very, very quick games as well, which is something they're going to want to continue to do if they want to win these games, because it seems like the later it goes into the game, the more of a chance that World Class Splash has to make something happen.
Yeah, definitely. Alrighty, guys. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 4. Stick around. Welcome back for game number 4 of this exciting series of ReDefy Academy League. Once again, this is Predictive Gaming Raijin versus World Class Splash for the chance at a finals opportunity. 2 games already in the pocket of Raijin, 1 game for Splash. It's all or nothing. Splash, you got to show up this game or you guys are out of the running. Predictive Gaming, 1 more game, and you go on to face World Class Avalanche in the finals for the grand prize, $450. Best of luck to both teams. Once again, I am the small dog, and possibly for the last time tonight. And joining me on the caster's desk is I keep pointing the wrong direction. He's over here. Krakadonius, how you doing, man? You excited?
I'm doing good. We see these bands; they're exactly the same. This game looks exactly the same that it did from the beginning of last game. And if nothing changes, I mean, World Class Splash is in a really bad spot because we saw how last game worked out. It wasn't really that close. I mean, the early game wasn't too bad for them, but that Camille just got absolutely out of control. As we might see an Ash pick here, which I think would be great for World Class Splash. I think that would really be good into the Jhin because you don't have a lot of mobility there to be able to dodge those arrows. I think Ash is going to be a really good pick here if they're able to use it effectively in terms of being able to find picks and be able to get onto those targets that they need to get those arrows onto. Could be a huge game changer for them if they're able to consistently hit those.
Yeah, and Ash is, I honestly think for like competitive structured play is one of the best champions just because she has the ability to give your team vision. And then also she is like just a pick composition in herself with her global stun. So very, very good champion just for team play, in my opinion. And we do see the Malzahar getting locked in there as well. Okay, Mal's karma.
Thank God.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this draft just turned south real fast. But okay, so Mal's karma. I mean, no hate. Like if you're a Mal's main, he's great. He's good. But yeah, so it's gonna be karma. I think that's a lot better.
Yeah, I think karma's great because you can flex it at the top as well. And you've seen in the last few games that these guys in the top lane. They have a pretty large champion pool from what they've shown us so far. They aren't afraid to play those ranged top laners.
Ooh.
So that could be a really good flex. As we do see the Olaf, we've wanted to see that this entire series, and it's from the wrong team though.
I wanted to see it on Atlas, like because I feel like Olaf is such a dominant early game champion, and so much of these games are being decided by the early game. I think one of the unfortunate things, like you touched on last game, was the fact that it was a Cloud Soul as opposed to something else. But yeah, the Olaf is going to get locked in for Sly, and we see the other jungler coming out in the form of the Kayn. Crack, you seem to have some strong feelings about this.
We saw the Kayn in the first game.
We did, yeah.
Do anything. I don't know why they're going back to it now when it seems I know they got their Olaf banned or they got their Olaf picked away.
Yeah.
But I would so much rather see them on almost anything. Like anything. Go back to I guess you can't play Olaf, but I mean you could play so many other things. You could play the Echo, he's played him in the past. You could play I just don't like seeing the Kayn here.
The thing about the Kayn though is that we only really saw it in a match where Hecarim got like 3 early assists. Right. So like it was kind of lopsided from the beginning. So I think, coming into this game, like I'm going to go into it with an open mind thinking like, okay, maybe it wasn't the Kayn pick as much as just how the early game went. So
right.
I do think that this is kind of an issue though, looking at the bot lane that Predictive Gaming has drafted, the Nautilus Jhin. I mean, we know Bonehard is, good on Nautilus. I think we've seen Bluebird play Jhin once in this league. He's 1-0 on it. But I think this is just a really strong bot lane. And within a mobile champion like Ash, this is going to be very difficult. I'm actually kind of thinking I might want to see a Braum come out here, considering They locked into Diana as well. Oh, actually, no, they already have Karma. I keep forgetting. So yeah, that's likely their support. This is actually looking like a really squishy team composition coming out of Splash.
Yeah, I don't know if I really like it that
Talon.
much. I mean, I like the fact that they have the Diana. Talon's interesting.
Yeah, that's unique.
These are like really like solo queue champions that people are picking. I know like the Kayn isn't like a huge competitive pick. Diana isn't a huge competitive pick.
I mean, Diana's big for Reese's though. This
Right.
is the
Right.
champion that he's had the most success on. He's undefeated in this league on Diana. So
Right. I think when you're pushed back, you know, on a wall like they are now, that's something that they need to take is these picks that they're going to be comfortable
Jax.
on. Okay, Renekton. I think that's so much better than Jax.
Wait, Lilia?
I like Lilia.
Where's is Olaf top?
Or is it Lilia top?
Oh, it could be Lilia top.
Lilia top is an interesting pick if that actually is a Lilia top. I've seen it before.
Renekton. Okay. Okay, so we have Ashe. So okay, top to bottom, we have Renekton, Kayn, Diana, Ashe, and Karma.
Yeah.
And then for the side of Raijin, we have possibly Lilia or Olaf. I'm guessing those are like probably the only two tradable ones.
Yeah.
You know, top and jungle, and then mid Talon, Jhin, Nautilus.
Right.
These
are weird.
I gotta think about this. Yeah, this is like this isn't like a standard team composition where you see it and you're like, oh, that's what that team comp does.
Right.
So I think that, you know, there's a good amount of pickability from the side of World Class Splash because you have that Ashe who's just like tried and true, really good at that. And then you've also got Kayn who can sneak up on people. I think the other thing too is there's a lot of skirmish power on the side of World Class Splash. On the side of Raijin, though, you also have the pickability with the depth charge coming out of Nautilus. You've also got Lilia, Swirl Seed, you know, possible global 5-man sleep. Unlikely, but it's possible. And then, you know, Jhin is fairly good at picking champions as well. And he's also just a very safe laner and, you know, safe team fighter. The interesting thing that I think for Raijin is that talent.
Yeah. Yeah, but really quickly before we talk a little bit more about draft, we did have to repick the $10 RP code. And now our new winner is Chris Meister, which I saw in chat earlier, so he should be around. He was a winner of our league last season on the side of World Class Outlaws. So you know, congratulations to him on winning that. And again, thank you guys for all the support and everything. It's always rigged and you don't win.
I think. Hold on, I need to check something real quick. Talk for a second.
yeah, you're good. But yeah, these teams are really interesting. It is the Lilia top, which is kind of what I thought when I saw it. You know, it doesn't. I mean, Olaf is not a bad top laner by any means, but you know, Lilia can definitely be played in those solo lanes.
This is what I thought. Chris Meister is the mid laner for Avalanche. So
yes,
congrats on your win tonight, and also here's $10 of RP. So you can buy yourself a skin.
Yeah, you have a skin for whoever you're gonna play in the finals.
Yeah, congrats on both wins tonight.
Sag. Never lucky.
Rigged, definitely rigged. But sorry, I didn't mean to distract you from that. I just wanted to double check the rosters because I could have swore I casted Chris Meister before.
Yeah, yeah. He won. They won last season. They're going to be in the finals again this season under a different name, but the same org.
Right.
And I mean, they've had a lot of success in our league or in the ReDefy league, so they've been doing really good. I'm really excited to watch them again next week in the finals. I think they have a great team there. So
I think it was kind of unfortunate that World Class or Predictive Gaming had two of their teams on the same side of the bracket because you could have had like two semifinals, like Predictive Gaming and World Class on one side, and then Predictive Gaming and World Class on the other side.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it does kind of stink that it's all these sister teams playing in the same org, but it would have been kind of funny to watch.
Right.
But, yeah.
Yeah,
nonetheless, yeah, we'll see Avalanche in the finals. We know that's for sure, and still on the menu. We have yet to see how this game goes. It could be if Predictive Gaming is able to take it, it's going to be Ryzen versus Avalanche. If they lose this game, though, we're going to be going to a game number 5, which will decide the winners. And we'll see if World Class Splash has what it takes. They showed us that they can beat the unbeatable. So
yeah, I definitely think it's good to note here that World Class Splash's team fights are going to be looking a lot better than Predictive Gaming's, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have the Nautilus, which is going to be obviously a great team fight piece to play around, but like Talon is not good in team fights.
No.
Lilia is really, really hard to use in team fights as well. And so you have like 3 pretty decent team fight components in the Jhin, Olaf, and Nautilus. But outside of that, it's going to be really hard for these solo laners on the side of Predictive Gaming Ryzen to make much of an impact in these team fights, especially with something like a Diana that is able to, hopefully get onto those targets, ult them, do tons of damage, and then, they have such a good team fight on the side of World Splash.
Yeah.
Or World Class Splash, rather. Just such a good team fight comp.
I totally agree. I think the weird thing coming out of this, I said it already, I think the Talon is a really strange pick here. I don't know how that fares against the Diana. I'm assuming it doesn't do too bad early on. We'll see later on, though, because Diana is an absolute powerhouse, and we know Reese's Cup has what it takes to go head-to-head with Flapper Goblin in the mid lane. But I have to turn my eyes back to this bot lane. I think that a lot of this game and a lot of the previous games have been decided heavily based on how this bot lane goes, because Ryzen really needs Bluebird to, be able to get those kills and start snowballing and keep moving into the mid game. And World Class Splash has found their success where they could stop him from continuing to get kills, and just kind of shut him down in those team fights. I will say, though, Jhin is a bit of a harder champion to I shouldn't say that. Bluebird will find a way to be super duper aggressive on Jhin too. He is an aggressive. You just can't rift walk into the middle of the team. So
right.
That should help them out a little bit. But
yeah, he'll just have to flash fourth shot someone or something like that.
I do worry. Bluebird is an incredible player. I just worry about his positioning some of the times, because in game number 2, if you think about it, that's what lost them that game, was Bluebird standing in the river and just getting caught out by a snare and going down right before Elder spawned. And you've seen it countless other times where he just over aggresses and gets caught out. But he is a great player. He's been playing really well throughout this series. I just think that is one of the weaker points for Ryzen, is his vulnerability.
Yeah. It's going to be really hard because, there's a lot of vulnerabilities on their team. They do have a relatively good early game comp. In the Olaf, the Talon is going to be good early game. But they do fall off a cliff. Talon falls off a cliff. He's going to be less and less useful as the game goes on, as well as the Olaf. I mean, yes, the Olaf will get tanky, but he's not going to be putting out the damage that he needs to. And it's really, really hard to be able to impact the game as Talon, as Olaf, past 35-ish minutes. They really fall off the side of a cliff.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's, I keep coming back to it, and I think team comp as a whole, that's really what I'm worried about, is the late game. I think this Ryzen comp is really playing for the early mid game. If they're able to get rolling early mid game, they're likely going to be able to snowball it, like we saw in game number 1. But if World Class Splash is able to hold out, I think that they stand a really good chance at taking this game number 4. But we'll have to see as we load in onto the Rift here, guys. Be sure to post in chat who you think's going to win. World Class Splash, Predictive Gaming Ryzen. Game number 4, let's do this.
Yeah, and quick shout out to all the support that we have in the chat. We have 55 viewers right now, which is absolutely gigantic for a semifinals of our league. So thank you guys so much. We've been live for like 4 hours and we've had pretty consistent over like 40 viewers for the entire time. So thank you guys for that. That's awesome.
Yeah, you guys are insane for watching for 4 hours.
I can't even watch my work for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Let alone a
Get a life.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
no. Thank you guys for watching.
We're bullying the viewers.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, at first we bully the players. Yeah, now we bully the viewers. It's all right.
Yeah.
They know we love them.
Yeah, we love you guys a lot. You one headset. Oh my god. The chat's popping off. But yeah. Again, back to the normal 5-point 5-point starts to these games. We might see a little bit of deep ward coming out from the Talon.
A little late invade here, maybe.
Yeah, not too bad. Gets a little bit of vision on those Raptors, which is good for the Kane because he's going to start those Raptors doing them after his level 2 on the red buff there. So that'll be good to be able to spot him out potentially as he does his clear. And this will be really good. I think that, you know, being able to keep track of that Kane, you see with them with their question mark things there, they know he's on that top side of the map. And so now they know, you know, exactly where he's at this point. The Olaf's going to be able to keep track of that. And maybe they're going to be looking for something in this top lane here early from either the Olaf as, oh my gosh, that's so much damage coming out from Lilia.
Yeah, now one thing that I think that Predictive Gaming Raijin has over World Class Splash is that early game jungle tracking. We saw a few times now, Chalapi has gotten caught out by jungle presence. So, you know, Raijin just a little bit more mindful of that. And I think that's what's really like putting them ahead, not so much like individual player skill, but just like being able to understand the macro a little better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really, I don't know. I like the fact that, you know, as you said, they've been able to track so well. Oh, and this Bali is getting a huge trade here.
Yeah, Debay and Chalapi getting chunked below half right there.
Yeah, I'm a little worried actually about this, you know, Ashe Karma lane. It's not like the worst thing, but
Debay gets hooked again. He has to flash out. Ignite was down onto him. Heal comes out as well. That was so many summoners blown.
Yeah, this is really hard because Karma Ashe, I mean, it's not like the strongest lane ever. It can be for sure. It can be really strong. But I think Lulu Ashe is like significantly better. And the fact that they're playing Karma really
look at this.
Handicaps them a little bit. They can't do much.
This is what I was talking about though. All of the members of Raijin just accumulated where they knew Atlas was going to be.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially with something like a Talon that can roam so easily at level 3 or higher. You know, once you're level 3, you can be constantly roaming with Talon. You can just push in your wave with a quick W onto the entirety of the wave, make that wave auto push into this Diana, and force her to either you know, match your roam or get the farm.
Right, we are going to see a bit of aggression in the mid lane here as Sly just peeks his head out and says hi real quick. Goes back to the jungle.
This damage is insane.
Oh, going to take a lot of damage though. Has to flash up, but the flash comes back through Eternity. It's going to come up with first blood in the top lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there. Oh, and gets the flash in the mid lane as well.
Wow,
Man, these solo lanes are looking really good on the side of World Class Splash.
Yeah, so right?
I mean, they're both up about 10 CS already, which is gigantic. Reese's Cup almost got the solo kill there, forced the flash out of the Talon, and Renekton also getting the solo kill. And this Lilia now doesn't have summoners, and you know, Renekton has that TP advantage to be able to hopefully impact here around the map, which is huge because this first dragon's coming up here, and with the vision about to expire there on the dragon pit, you might look for an early dragon here on the side of Atlas and World Class Splash.
Yeah, that is absolutely a real threat that Raijin has to be thinking about. Is an Infernal Drake first, so not a great start for the possible souls that it could be, but just have to see as we continue on through the game. And I just want to see. I keep hearing chat, and like my instinct is to like look over to the bottom left, but it's just not there.
Oh yeah.
You see a flash in though from Bonehard. He's gonna get a great root onto this immobile Ashe. No flash available here, but the rest of the team is joined. Atlas, we get a lot of damage down. Bonehard is gonna fall. Bluebird sure to follow as well. And now Sly is left to run away from Atlas. This would be huge if he could get that kill, but Talon's there to support him. And oh, wow, World Class Splash is looking really good so far.
Yeah, they're definitely ready to they came ready to play for this game. The Kayn, while it hasn't done a lot yet, still doing way better than the first time we saw it. So I'm already it's already looking way better here.
Yeah, the other team doesn't have 3 early kills, so
right.
Yeah, and it's not a Hecarim that's getting all the gold. So yeah, this is good. This is good. Yeah, and I think you talked about it a little bit. Like, oh my gosh, Almond is just getting
damage.
Yeah, this is gonna be really, really rough for the Lilia going on later. But you had mentioned, this team comp kind of falls off a little bit going to the late game. So World Class Splash, getting this lead early on spells a little bit of trouble for Predictive Gaming Raijin later on.
Yeah, and the fact that this Talon hasn't been able to unlock himself to go roam is actually really bad, because this Talon wants to just constantly roam. He's not been able to. He might pick up a kill here,
Oh, flash comes out, ignites ticking.
Whoa,
calculated.
That took a lot of damage.
That did a lot of damage. Flopper Goblin feeling pretty confident after that one. He's gotta feel good.
Yeah, I thought he was fine, but the passive burn along with the ignite was just enough to be able to pick up that kill. I think it could have done even a little bit more, but fortunately didn't even need to. Got it with that tick there.
That's what Raijin needs, though. That
exactly,
is huge.
Yep. Yeah, because as I kind of was saying right before that, this Talon needs to get unlocked to be able to roam, and the fact that he's going to be able to now push with the threat of being able to get those solo kills onto this Diana is going to be absolutely huge.
Alma might be a little caught out here. Let's take a little bit of damage. Atlas takes a lot. He's going to get slept here as well. Alma's going to get 1 kill for himself. Tries to get out, but he's not able to. Now Reese's Cup left to run away. Sly is going to get taken very, very low here. He's got to be careful as that Renekton is closing in fast. No flash available as we do see an engage in the bot lane as well. Debay is going to try to damage back onto Bluebird. Does get the kill. I'm sorry, that's going to be Karma getting the kill, but Bluebird going to come out on top of that, seeing as he picked up the kill onto Debay. So
yeah,
all in all, action across the map.
Yeah, this is a really action-packed game so far.
It's not over. Okay, yeah, he's good.
Yeah,
sorry.
Talon is almost never in trouble around any sort of wall, unless he's already used it for some reason, but typically, you, as a Talon player, you don't want to waste walls, so. Oh, man. But yeah, this is a really action-packed game. 10 kills in 9 minutes. Really just going fast on both of these teams. Really back and forth so far. It doesn't seem like one team is really ahead of the other. And Almond's taking a pretty good trade here.
Yeah, he's got some armor now. He's got to be careful because Dominus is available. It is going to get popped now. Eternity is going to try to all in. Does a lot of damage onto Sly. He's going to be able to pick up 1 kill, but can he get out? That is the question. He's going to be able to get the heal onto All Might. Flash comes out, but I don't actually know why he ran back for that.
I don't know.
Reese's Cup is on his way. That's why Reese's Cup going to be able to go forward. Almond flashes out and is able to get to safety. But yeah, that was a little bit strange from Eternity.
Yeah, that's crazy actually. They Yeah, I don't know why Eternity tried to fight that. Maybe he thought if he could get his combo up, he could win that potentially. I still don't feel like that was enough damage as the talent is unlocked.
Whopper Goblin, yeah. Oh, again with the ignite. Gonna be able to get himself his 3rd kill of the game. So, I mean, we talked about it. Talent is useless, but only if he doesn't get rolling. And so far, he has gotten rolling.
Yeah, not great. The Talon being able to roam at any point in the game is just very, very risky and very bad to deal with. It does not feel good on the side of this Ashe and Karma because, like, you don't have enough CC really to deal with a Nautilus, a Jhin, and a Talon.
Yeah.
And now an Olaf, too.
Yeah, we're going to see a dive in the bot lane as well as Debay just gets annihilated there. Bluebird, looks like Bonehard's just going to tank up all those turret shots. Does give a kill over.
That's still worth, though, for Predictive Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god, that damage.
Sly's able to make it out, too.
He might be dead here.
Yeah, Sleep's going to come through onto Eternity. He does get a little bit of healing back, but he's so damaged. And Dominus has already been popped, too. So, yeah, wow. Eternity just getting soloed in the top lane.
That wasn't even close either. I mean, Lilia almost full health there.
Oh, Goblin. A little bit dangerous there. Dragon is being taken here. Goblin just going to take that Kayn with him. I don't think that's what he wanted, but Diana going to go into 3 members of the team. This is what you're looking for, that mid-game Diana power spike. Getting 3 people locked up. They're going to be able to pick up 2. Atlas is going to go very low. Does get taken down by Almond. But all in all, I mean, that was a fairly good trade for World Class Splash. They did give up the Dragon, though.
Yeah. 3 for 1, though, for their first Dragon on the side of Predictive Gaming.
Oh, it's...
I mean, it's worth.
Sorry, I just noticed it's another Cloud Soul. That's so unfortunate.
That was really bad. Yeah, I feel like Cloud Soul spawns more than the other ones. Like,
yeah, it feels like it.
I feel like it's
maybe
way
it's just
more
because like it's maybe it's just because it's like so painful.
Yeah, it's because everyone hates it, and so they're like they remember those games because they hate them more. I don't know. But yeah, I definitely feel like it comes up quite a bit. But yeah, as we were kind of saying in this pregame lobby, you see in those team fights where you're getting, relatively even numbers. World Class Splash, I mean, that fight really wasn't that close, and the Talon was able to do basically nothing there.
Yeah.
I mean, he was basically a non-factor in that fight, and on the other side, you see the Diana doing absolutely a ton of work on getting that. Yeah, exactly. The impact between these 2 mid laners, even though this Diana might have been a little bit behind, it doesn't matter because the kits are just completely different.
Yeah. I think that, the Diana is going to be a huge factor going into this mid game, especially with 4 kills under her belt. Proto belt already completed as well. Rift Herald's going to get popped in that top lane there. Turret plate's still up, so 160 gold going to go up to Almond. Just before those turret plates went down, we do see a visit in the top lane by Atlas. He's going to get the slowdown on Almond. No flash available, so he's going to end up going down here most likely. Ooh, the sleep. Keeping him alive.
Yeah. Yeah, he looking good. Looking good.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah. I don't know why anyone was worried about that.
Ooh. That's scary.
Yeah. If you ever hit those Qs on the Diana, I feel like you're just always scared that you're just gonna get dove and killed. Like, it's just, you can put out so much damage off the Diana really, really quickly with those Q resets along with your ultimate. Like, it's just really, really scary. So you have to be careful on the side of this Talon here because you can get popped. All right, looks like they're not going to do anything though.
Bonehard just paying a little visit mid lane. He's got 1 pink ward left. So far, the wards have been pretty good for the side of Predictive Gaming Raijin. They are going to lose a little bit of vision here. Still 2 minutes till Dragon is going to spawn. It's going to be an Ocean Drake for the 3rd one. Like we said, we're going to have a Cloud Soul, so that's pretty exciting.
Little exciting, yeah. I mean, on the side of... Ooh, he's a little overextendy bendy.
Yeah, Bonehard way aggressive there, and the teleports are actually going to come through now. Bonehard, he is trying to run away. Not going to make it out. And again, I mean, like, World Class Splash, one of the things you have to commend them for is that they commit as a team. All 5 members coming down here, no matter how far behind they are, they can group as a team, and that's why they've had so much success in this league so far.
Yeah,
their coordinated team play.
Yeah, they've definitely been able to pull it together this game after a little bit of a interesting start where they were kind of back and forth. They've pulled it together, realized that you know, they can win these team fights, and they've been taking any even number of fights that they have, or even a little bit of numbers advantages. And you can see there these TP advantages that they have with the 2 TPs versus 1 is actually really huge for this team. They've been able to make plays off of them really consistently, and it's been really great.
World Class Splash looking pretty good, all things considered. Just lost the top lane turret, but I think honestly, you're in a pretty good spot if you're World Class Splash. You scale well. We do see a sleep coming out though onto 2 members of the team. Karma going to be able to flash away, but gets deleted by Flopper Goblin. Now Bonehard, he's going to be able to pick up 1 kill for himself, but goes down, and Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds.
Yeah, and this Kane still doesn't have his transformation yet.
Oh, Flash had to be burned there for debate. Flopper Goblin's gonna go very low. Diana going ham in this fight right now. Bonehard gonna fall low as well, but Reese's Cup no mana to follow up. Meanwhile, in the top lane though, Eternity is just getting towers.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of work up there. World Class Splash do give up the dragon, but they're getting a pretty good trade in comparison for that. They do get that kill in the mid lane, as well as almost all of that top lane tier 2 on the Renekton, which is huge.
I mean, love to
they
see.
just got it there.
I was like really hoping we could just go watch top lane, because I wanted to see if he was gonna get the tower or not. He did get the tower, and I actually think that's very much worth for World Class Splash. They gave up the dragon. I don't think it's really that big a deal. Wait, is the icon wrong?
What?
No, it's an Ocean Soul. Wait, I got it mixed up. I've been saying it wrong the whole time.
Okay.
No, so
Ocean Soul's a lot better.
Yeah,
Ocean Soul's a lot better for
some reason I was thinking, okay, it's the 4th dragon, but no, it's the 3rd dragon. So yeah, we're gonna be seeing an Ocean Soul, and that's actually really, really big. So Predictive Gaming getting that, that's actually like not a terrible trade, I feel like.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I mean, I think it's advantageous in different ways. You know, Predictive Gaming is playing a little bit more for the late game, whereas World Class Splash is getting some immediate gold for right now. And I actually think, though, if you're World Class Splash, you should be pretty happy about that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't think Predictive Gaming can afford to play for the late game, even with the Ocean Soul. Just with this team composition, unless this Lily is consistently popping off in team fights, it's a hard composition for them to play.
It's possible, you know.
Yeah,
I would not
possible.
discount the power of late game Lilia.
Right. I definitely don't think it's impossible, but it is very, very difficult to consistently do. Which is why I think as they might be looking for a play here in the mid lane, there's 4 of them here. Uh-oh, Diana.
Yeah, Flopper Goblin gonna hop over the wall. Diana, I don't know if that's the target you want, though. She is fairly tanky at this point in the game. Oh, Flash in with dominance for Eternity, though. 2-man knockup. This could be the fight that World Class wants. 2 members gonna go down immediately. Sly is gonna follow as well. Flopper Goblin, the only one left, and that's gonna be a 5-man ace. And World Class Splash says, thank you. We're gonna take Baron as well.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do it right at 20 minutes. They're going to be able to actually burst this down relatively easily with an Ashe as well. It shouldn't be too hard for them to take here with no contention on the side of Predictive Gaming. They literally won't even have anyone up really to stand a chance for it. And they get the mid lane turret. This is absolutely gigantic. Atlas looking great on this Kane right now, as well as the Ash arrow there that started that whole thing up from DeBay onto the Jhin. With all the follow-up that they had from it, an absolutely amazing arrow on the exact target that they need, which is the only consistent long-term damage that they can get from the Jhin.
Now, World Class Splash, they're wanting to take this to game number 5. They want to go the distance. Ooh, nice little sidestep there. That might have been the difference between life or death for Bluebird, but yeah, like I was saying, World Class Splash, they want to take this all the way, and they want to win it. I think both these teams at this point, they want this so bad. And in these games, they're so close. It only comes down to like 1 or 2 fights, and that can decide everything. So much gold swinging into the hands of World Class Splash here. 1 minute till Dragon spawns, and Predictive Gaming is all over it.
Yeah, Predictive Gaming needs this Dragon if they want to stay in this game. Absolutely need to get onto the Soul Point, or it's going to be very, very hard for them to do much of anything. World Class Splash is going to be able to push in this mid-wave turret, or mid-wave into the second tier 2 turret, and they're going to be able to have the advantage of the wave, but this Diana's a little bit caught out.
Yeah. Raijin's looking for a pick here. Diana does have that stopwatch. Oh my god. Oh, she's going to be able to get 1 kill. Picks up a second. That's going to be a Kane getting that one. Bluebird now caught out as well. And oh my gosh, that's just the power of the Diana. Ultimate's going to come out for Flopper Goblin, but he's going to get blown up immediately. And I don't even think you need this Dragon. Like, screw the Dragon.
End the game.
Crack the face.
Just end the game. You have a TP. You can just end the game right now, I think.
I think, like, okay, whatever. Leave Atlas to go take the Dragon. I think, I mean, I still think they probably could have ended the game.
They 100% could have, I think.
Because I mean, it would have been a little close.
Well, you have TP on the Diana. She could have came that much, that longer ago. They're going to get 2 inhibitors anyway. I think this is a safe play. Yeah, you're going to get at least 1 inhibitor. You're going to get a second inhibitor turret in the bot lane. And while that wave is crashing for the super minions in the top wave, you can go ahead and circle around, get that bot lane inhibitor. So definitely, yeah, safe play for them. But I would definitely, I definitely think they could have ended. But yeah, as you're right, you're right. A little bit of a safe play there, which I don't think is wrong, especially in this scenario where you're on game point. On the side of Predictive Gaming, you don't want to give them any chances to win this game. You want to take it to a game 5.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's really hard for Predictive Gaming because they obviously they want to win, but they don't really have, like, their window is closing very, very fast as we're getting closer to that 30-minute mark where the Talon's damage falls off, the Olaf's damage falls off, and they just kind of become 2 extra people on the map. And this Talon just wasn't able to do enough with the early game lead that he got.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed with the draft from Raijin, so we'll have to see, going into game number 5, if it does get pushed to that, what adjustments Raijin's able to make. But the stun's going to land on the Jhin here. He's going to get locked down and taken out immediately. And that is so big. Dominus popped in the bot lane here. Eternity just bullying around Goblin. And Bonehard has joined the fight, but, like, how much are they going to lose for this? The rest of Splash is actually joining the fight here. It looks like Kane's going to go in. He's going to deal a lot of damage on top of Bonehard. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is taking mid lane. Eternity will go down, and Almad's going to try to do all that he can, but they might have just lost another inhibitor.
Yeah, they just lose another inhibitor for that. That's a worth trade for World Class Splash at this point. Almost running them down. I don't know if that's the right decision, but he's trying his best to catch up. He's so quick with his passive procs that he gets on the Lilia, but he's not quite able to run them down. And I don't even know if you would want to run down a Diana at this point. I think she would just kill you.
Yeah, I think you're right. Honestly, Reese's Cup is just so strong.
Yeah, I think this is a must ban for next game for Predictive Gaming. You need to take this Diana away.
I really thought it was going to be a permanent ban, but they just decided like after the first couple of games to stop banning it and to ban something else. But I think that was a really big mistake, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, she's been basically solo carrying this whole game. The Diana for Reese's Cup, I mean, looks absolutely dominant here. 1v5ing a lot of these team fights in a way that we just haven't seen in this series so far, where it seems like she's just kind of taking the series into her own hands and saying, no, this is what we're going to do, right?
Yeah.
Like with all of these ultimates, she's getting like 2-3-man ultimates almost every single team fight, and just saying like, you're not leaving and I'm just going to kill you all. Like,
definitely. Yeah. She is.
It's really
She's
ridiculous.
insane.
Yeah, and I mean they've put so many resources just to try to kill the Diana a couple times, and it's just almost impossible. You know, with the overall survivability of that champion, has just been too much for the burst damage of Predictive Gaming to deal with.
Yeah.
Because they haven't been able to burst quick enough.
And Predictive Gaming with the Baron spawning here is going to look to secure some vision in that topside jungle, and they're just trying desperately to gasp for some air, trying to push these waves out, get some breathing room. World Class Splash, they are poised to take game number 4. There's just no room for air. That's going to be the ultimate down onto the priority target. DeBay is going to get taken very low. Chalapi locked up. DeBay has been secured, but the rest of the team, that's the question. Can they take out Reese's Cup? A good ultimate onto 2 members instantly. Flopper Goblin's going to get blown up. Bonehard's going to go down as well as Almond is going to get chased out here. I think, yeah, that's going to get him cleaned up, and World Class Splash teleports coming out into the base. And after all, hard fought game number 4, they are going to take this. They're going to say, Predictive Gaming Raijin, we think we can beat you. Let's go to a game 5 and see who is going to the finals.
Wow. I mean, I know you said priority target there, but I don't see who is a priority target other than this Diana. I mean,
Diana, yeah.
That was absolutely ridiculous. Great game coming out from World Class Splash. The Diana absolutely must ban. Put the team on her back of Reese's. You know, Reese's Cup just absolutely put World Class Splash on her back and said, we're taking this to a game 5. We're going to make this a series. And that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, World Class Splash absolutely dominating that game. Guys, don't go anywhere. We got a game number 5 coming up. It is getting late, but stick with us because this is an exciting series. Who is it going to be? Predictive Gaming Raijin, World Class Splash, face off against World Class Avalanche in the finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 5. I don't think anybody really predicted that it would go this far, but here we are. This is reality. We're still awake. This is happening. Yeah, this is actually I hopped into the other Discord to chat, like, relate to Buck, because we just casted a 5-game series of it was Predictive Gaming Kronos, and forget the team they were playing. They just lost to them in the Blue Otter League. But yeah, so this is the second 5-game series I've casted in the past week. So a little bit draining, but I'm excited to be here. I'm excited. Honestly, like I get tired during the 5-game series, but it's exciting because, like, it's just so competitive. 2 teams that, like, they want it so bad, and to be able to bring it to a 5th game. There's just so much excitement behind that. So once again, I'm the small dog, and joining me is for the last game. I'm sure. I promise this is the last game of the night. Is Krakadonius, and we already see the bands coming out. And I think already an issue maybe for the side of World Class Splash is that Ezreal getting left up.
Yeah, definitely do not like having the Ezreal. Ooh, and the Camille. Okay, yeah, they're gonna have a lot of those picks that we saw in game 3, in that really quick game, that Camille absolutely dominated on the side of Predictive Gaming. So giving that up again really has to feel a little bit bad on the side of World Class Splash, and they're gonna pick the Renekton, which I actually enjoyed watching last game. I think it played really well. I know it's a little bit different of a matchup now, but it's still not a bad matchup overall for the Renekton going into a Camille. Just his presence to be able to trade is going to be a lot better than what the Malphite had. He doesn't really, Malphite is more of like a poke and then all in kind of champion.
Yeah.
Renekton has the ability to trade with his Camille. And we see the Kayn come out again too.
Interesting. Okay. So yeah, that's really interesting, because every single game, Predictive Gaming Ryzen, their bans have been Kled, Zoe, Graves.
Right.
I think except for there was game number 3 where they banned the Diana. Or I'm sorry, game number 2 they banned the Diana. In game number 1 they banned the Diana. But ever since the Zoe came out, the Diana ban was there.
Right.
Or I'm sorry, the Zoe ban was there. But so what I'm saying was, this is kind of interesting because this is the first time Graves got left open, and instead Atlas is going to opt for that Kayn.
Right.
So we're going to see Poppy again. I don't know how I felt about Sly on the Poppy. It didn't feel quite as impactful, but I don't think that was one of the games that they won. So
yeah,
could be wrong.
I think that was game 2, was it not?
I believe game number 2. No, he was on Sejuani. It was game number 3.
Game 3. So they did
So
win that one.
Did win that one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they won game 1, game 3.
It's like
yeah.
There's so much to keep track of in
Right.
in a best of 5 with like 4 games under your belt. Like there's a lot to remember. But
right. But yeah, we're taking it the distance. We're going through this marathon, and we see the Braum.
Yeah.
We see the Braum picked here, and the Karma as well. I think we might see the Karma Ash again. Or no, we already have the Jin locked in. So I don't know if I like the Karma here.
It was really interesting that Splash decided to focus those last 2 bands on the support. I guess they didn't really care what Flopper Goblin picks here. So yeah, focusing on the support. But they did also get the Orianna pickup. So denying that for Flopper Goblin, that's really interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
I actually like this team composition for Splash. I think this is a good mix of what's worked for them so far.
I agree with that. And we see the Echo coming out. That's the first Echo pick we've seen in a while. I believe he has played a few games. Yes, Flopper has played 3 games in the Echo mid. So it's not anything that's uncommon to him. And it's something that's pretty decent into the Orianna as well. So it shouldn't be anything that we're scared to get on the side of Flopper Goblin. And this is definitely a matchup of a lot of picks that people are going to be relatively comfortable on outside of this Renekton in the top lane. That's definitely something that we have not seen other than last game from World Class Splash in the top lane on Eternity. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this works out coming here into the game 5 situation. He did look really good on it in game 4. However, this is going to be a completely different lane going against a Camille. And he did pick it into the Camille as well. So we'll see how that works out. I'm not 100% sure. As I said earlier, he does have the ability to trade into the Camille. So I think it'll be a good matchup. But I've never personally seen it.
Renekton is also like one of the picks that he's had more success on. He did do very well on Ornn in the first game, if we remember correctly, or if I remember correctly.
Right.
I think, he was on Ornn in the first game. I think he got a solo kill, or he might have gotten really close.
Yeah, he had a solo kill. Yeah, but he was like the only like bright spot of that game 1.
Yeah, exactly. But Eternity, like he's not a bad player. I think so far though, Almont has really been showing up, and I think that is going to be a lane to watch in this game. Who gets ahead in that lane is going to matter quite a bit, because we've seen before Almont, if he doesn't get rolling, he does kind of. I think Camille is one of those champions that can still be fairly impactful, but we said that about the Rise, and the Rise still didn't have that much of a, impact on the game. So we'll just have to see. I think it is going to be very important for both of those laners to get ahead, but Eternity, I think, plays from behind a little bit better.
Right. So, I definitely agree with that. He seems to be a pretty good weak side player. Doesn't really care if he gets a lot of ganks or if he gets a lot of attention in the top lane. He still is going to perform. And that's something that we've seen throughout this series, throughout all 5 of these games, really. Even if he doesn't have that much resources given to him, he's been able to, continually be at the top of his team in terms of performance.
Right.
And I think, what it's going to come down to, the X factor of all 4 of these games that we've seen so far, and going into this 5th game as well, is going to be these bot lanes. We've seen consistently out of these 80 carries, whoever is performing better in these matchups has won the game. We saw the Ashe last game. We've seen the Jhin come out in moments that it's needed to be the most. And we've seen just such great gameplay coming out from these 80 carries on both sides that have really carried the game like the 80 carry position is supposed to. And while last game was a little bit different with the Diana, the setup coming out from the Ashe, just made it so much easier for the Diana to be able to make something happen. So we've seen a lot of utility coming out from these AD carries. We've seen a lot of damage coming out from these AD carries in a lot of these games. And you got to think that these teams have to be looking towards the bot side once again to be able to, either win or lose these games.
Absolutely. I think that is, we've touched on it time and time again, but that bot lane is super duper important. And a lot of it stems from the jungle, whether top lane wins, whether bot lane wins, it has a lot to do with the jungler presence here. And, obviously, you had kind of talked down about Atlas's Kayn. And we mentioned that we hadn't seen him in a winning game so far on Kayn. And now after seeing last game, I think that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think it does look a lot better in this team composition. And it feels a lot stronger after seeing him show up on it. And Sly on Poppy, it feels a bit more of like a supportive pick. One of the things I did notice about Predictive Gaming's comp is it's pretty good at locking down targets. They can chase fairly well, but they also have a lot of abilities to disengage. So they're just a very mobile team, and they have a lot of tools to adjust the fight to what they need. So I think whereas World Class Splash has a very good team fight comp, Predictive Gaming has some good controlling abilities.
Yeah, definitely good team comps on both sides here. I think the biggest thing for me is Echo isn't the most popular pick in the mid lane. I'm not really sure how that's gonna perform against something like an Orianna that has been, it's been a stable pick over the last few seasons. Really hasn't really been changed much, and it's always a consistent pick in this mid lane. And so how that's going to perform and how at least it wants to perform. The Echo is going to be a big question mark. If he can perform well in this Echo and pop off, it could really be great for Flopper Goblin and for the side of Predictive Gaming Ryzen. And they could look to snowball this lead, or if he gets a lead, into something that could really be game changing. But if the Echo gets behind, and they have the ability to get him behind or stop him from ulting with I think so.
Or was it for a while?
No, I think it was just that little bit.
Alrighty. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, some technical difficulties with Discord there, but we are back and ready for game number 5 here. I forget what we were talking about, but be sure to vote in the poll in chat right now. It's 15 votes for Predictive Gaming Ryzen to win and 3 votes for World Class Splash. So let's show some love for Splash. Get all the Splash fans in the chat here, and let us know. We will check on that throughout the game to see how you guys are voting. And let's just hear some love in chat for the players. I mean, this is a long time that they've been playing for. It's been 4 hours and we're going. So show some love for the guys, and pretty hype.
Yeah. And going back to the point I made in, I believe it was game 1 even, we had talking about how this can be a real marathon. And at this point, we're over 4 hours. We've And I mean, that's about the same time that some people finish a marathon in. So it's interesting. It's
true.
interesting. It's about an actual marathon. It's pretty crazy. It's been a long time coming, but these teams have looked really good in most of these games. I know, Predictive Gaming has had relatively quick games in the ones that they've won, but the ones that World Class has won have looked like a lot better team-oriented games that have had consistent team fight wins, and they've been able to really get into that mid to even almost early late game. So they definitely have two very different styles just in general, and you can tell just by the fact of how long these games have been lasting. And it's a very stark difference between the two.
Predictive Gaming Raijin does play really, really well as a team, but their success seems to stem from their individual skill. Right. Being able to play those lanes really well, out jungle the other person, and win top lane. That seems to be where they get a lot of their success. I just want to point out right now we have 50% of chat voting for Raijin and 50% voting for Splash. So, very even votes here in a very, very close series. Game number 5, guys. Let's hear some hype. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is definitely a slugfest, very back and forth. No team has taken 2 games in a row, which is crazy. It's been 1-1, 1-1. So, if the trend continues, that would be Predictive Gaming's win. However, coming off the back of a pretty large win there, World Class Splash, has looked really good here as of Game 4. So I think it's gonna be a really close game, and hopefully we see some really good performances here coming out from these solo lanes as well as this this jungle matchup, which I think is gonna be super important.
Definitely. And we see the early jungle starts. Both junglers gonna start bot side and work their way up top. We'll see if they meet again, like in game number 3. If I remember correctly. Honestly, I don't know at this point. It's midnight. I'm really tired. I gotta wake up for work early. I'm so tired, but I'm happy to be here still.
Yeah, man, I feel that. I have really long days at work as well. My days are like 7 to 7 basically. So, but I only work 4 days a week, so it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm working the 4 10-hour shifts, and it kicks my butt.
Yeah, well, I technically am supposed to be doing 4 10-hour shifts, but I'm a manager, so I stay a little bit later typically and come a little bit earlier. So it ends up being about 11 and a half. But yeah, it's long days, man. Long days.
No, it's good though. I think it's worth it. I like having the extra day off.
Oh yeah, it's really nice. I agree with that. But it's really nice to get into the once you get into the groove of things. It's always good.
Getting back to the game, it looks like junglers are going to meet in the top lane, like we said. Almont is going to join the team fight here. Sly had to flash over the wall there. Took a lot of damage from that Kayn early on.
Yeah, that was actually a really good trade coming out from them. And Eternity's just going to be able to continue to pressure this top side, which is exactly what he wanted to do in the first place. So the fact that the Kayn's able to be up there and support him is actually really huge. Just to be able to make sure that you say to Eternity, I'm not going to leave you alone this game. Like, I've left you on an island in the past. I think that's something that's been huge. Is like we've seen problems, especially with Almont. If he gets to be alone, it can be a real problem, and we've seen that with the last Camille game that we saw from Almont. Like he was left alone. He got a bunch of solo kills, and then he took that around the map and just solo carried the game.
I think shutting down Almont is the first step for any team if you want to take down Raijin. Of course, Almont hasn't always been the top laner for Raijin. It was originally better on top, and he's filled in several times, as well as your daddy top lane. So a few different top laners coming in for Raijin, shaking things up a little bit.
Right.
I think Almat's been one of the most consistent, though, for them, as we do see a gank in the bot lane. Stun's going to land onto... Oh, actually, the double stun landing onto Shalappy. Ignite is down. One more tick. No, not enough. Bluebird falls very low as well. Has to burn that heal, but Kane is going to be coming from the backside here. Does get the knockup, but one shot from DeBay will do it. And now the chase is on. Sly running for his life. Oh, very good. I forget. Vanguard? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. I believe you're right. Vanguard. But yeah, Poppy barely surviving there. That's actually gigantic that she was able to survive. You know, because that was a really bad spot that they ended up being put in. But this might be a free dragon here. This Echo, I'm not sure if he'll be able to do anything, but it looks like they might try to contest it anyway. On the side of Predictive Game.
Yeah, it looks like Atlas is going to be... Oh, will get taken down there. Echo gets the kill. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Directed Camera can't decide where it wants to go. It's looking towards top. Nothing's happening. The dragon's getting taken, but we're looking at top. This is so exciting. Oh my gosh. Dragon is going to get taken here. Not going to get taken away by Chalappy there. Ooh. A little bit cheeky there by Goblin, but I just wanted to say I stand corrected on the Poppy skill name. It is Steadfast Presence, I believe.
Oh, nice.
The one.
Steadfast Presence sounds good.
Yeah, it's cooler than Vanguard.
Yeah.
I'm glad Riot decides the names and not me.
Yeah, that's very true. They always come up with cool names for abilities that I'll never remember. But you know.
Yeah, like really cool vocabulary.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, I mean, this game it's looking good so far. I think Predictive Gaming has had a pretty good early game here, which is exactly what they want. But you know, World Class Splash is not out of it by any means. You know, despite that little bit of a weird fight there, they have looked pretty solid, and the gold lead is slightly towards World Class Splash as well because of this, you know, these CS leads in the bot and mid lane. So, I mean, they're looking really solid here, despite being down 2-1 and being down a dragon.
I just want to announce the final results for the poll here. We have 52% with 32 people voting for Predictive Gaming Raijin, and 48% and 29 people voting for World Class Splash. So Predictive Gaming Raijin were the winners of the poll in chat. But the question is, will they be the winners of the game? I think that's really what matters. Like, the poll is kind of like whatever, but...
Right. Yeah, and I saw a quick stat. Chris, the guy that won our giveaway, as well as a player for the other world-class team, was voting for Predictive Gaming. So he does not want to play against his sister team. Maybe a little bit scared.
Possibly, yeah, that might be the case.
I'm just kidding, but
that, or they just want to, you know, have the opportunity to fight the, you know, once undefeated team, you know, before they ran into Splash.
Yeah, definitely. You voted for Splash. It definitely said you voted for the other team. Liar, liar, plans for liar. That's what I say. Oh, and Renekton looks like he's in some trouble here.
Yeah, Hexstep Ultimatum gonna lock him up. He flashes in the opposite direction, trying to stay alive. Almost gets that Q off once again, but Almont will get taken out. True Shot Barrage just getting tiptoed around there by Atlas. And it looks like Sly's gonna be able to disengage, so junglers getting kills on the top laners.
Oh, so he put 22 votes on Splash and the other team still won. Okay. I read it wrong then. That was my bad, but... You know, still, regardless, it looks like we have a lot of support in the chat coming for Predictive Gaming.
Wait, Chris, you actually put 22 votes? That's so funny. So, like, 22 of those votes were you.
Out of, like, 29?
That's so funny.
That's insane.
Sorry. It's late, so, like, everything is hilarious to me now.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, you're in the giggle hours. Yeah. Giggle hours are the best hours, I'd say. when you get to like the midnight to like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and then
It's
after that point, it's just like you don't find anything because you're just way too tired to do anything.
Yeah, it's like the true sign that you need to get some sleep is like when you start like just laughing at everything.
Should have committed all the points. True, you definitely should have committed more. You weren't putting enough effort in for your team. Disappointing.
Yeah, Chris, why can't you carry your sister team from Twitch chat?
From Twitch chat, yeah. But yeah, I mean, coming back into the game a little bit.
Yeah.
We got a little bit off track there, but I mean, this is a really, really close game. You know, however way you slice it, I mean, it's gonna be really, really close here. We do have Dragon number 2 coming up here in 40 seconds. And I think that's going to be a big point of contention here. It looks like, you know, World Class wants to take early map control over here. And it looks like they're going to be able to with these D-boards that they're getting set down right now. And the Poppy's stuck in the mid lane right now, clearing these minions. It won't be unlocked here, but she might be walking into something.
Yeah, walks right into the trap there. Sly is going to end up going down here. Echo joins the fight. A little too late, though. That should spell Dragon for World Class Splash here.
Yep, and they really do need it. It's going to be a Mountain Dragon. Potentially going over to World Class Splash here. Probably will be going over to World Class Splash here. And that leaves up the chance for a Cloud Soul or an Ocean Soul. Obviously, we would rather see an Ocean Soul because it's going to be worth a lot more for these teams than a Cloud Soul would be. So we are going to see a Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul, okay.
Which is actually pretty big. And Echo's not going to be able to find anything there.
Reese's Cup may have overextended a little bit here. Hextech Ultimatum locking him down. He does flash out. The flash from All Might Knight not quite getting it. But flash comes out from Flopper Goblin, and everybody's just, you know, flashing in the mid lane.
Yeah. We got some masterclass flashers, world-class flashers.
World class, one might say.
You are laughing at everything.
Yeah, it's...
But yeah, Camille just misses the wall there. Might find a Renekton.
Sly up in the top lane, gonna knock Eternity up. I think he has one more dice left, doesn't he? No? Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Bonehard.
A little bit of a KS there.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Like, maybe? I guess, like, maybe they didn't have the damage. It's possible. Sly now gonna be in a lot of trouble. Echo gonna join the fight here. Does get the stun down onto Atlas, but Sly will get picked up there. Atlas not quite falling. He's able to go through the wall here. Flopper Goblin dashing, but maybe just a little bit too far forward. That's gonna be the shockwave coming out, and Atlas is playing like a monster right now. Killing spree on him.
Yeah, Atlas is a man on a mission saying, I'm not gonna let my team fall down without a fight here. We are going to keep in this game as much as we can, and he's been able to focus on these objectives, which has been absolutely gigantic for them, as well as having a 1.2k gold lead on his on Sly here on the Poppy. Flash making waves. They
Wave.
No, it's
you spelled it wrong.
Yeah, you did the wrong hashtag, Colin. Come on.
Waves. Okay.
Okay, now you guys are doing waves, huh?
Yeah.
Changed.
I guess, like, you know, since it's multiple games now, it's gotta be waves. Because like the other one was wave, and now it's
because it was just the first game that they won.
Yeah, it was just the first game.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. That's so late.
Yeah, that would make sense though. Yeah, it was just the first wave at first, and now we have multiple waves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I'm on the same wavelength.
Oh my god.
Oh man. But
that was pretty bad.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, Almwat's up here getting some farm. I love the direct cam when we get to
watch top lane farming for a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing really going on right now. 2 minutes till dragon spawns.
Sly gets the red buff. That's crazy.
That is kind of wild, yeah. I thought he was gonna lose that 1v1.
Best of 7, dude. That would be the craziest thing ever. Why would anyone do a best of 7 in League? It would be 7 hours long.
Yeah, that's a minimum of 4 games.
Right. Yeah,
So
that's
like at least 4 hours.
at least 4 hours, maximum of like 8. Like,
yeah,
that would be insane.
You probably have to like swap casters every other game or like halfway through.
Right. I don't get how LCS casters go for as long as they do.
Yeah, they I mean, part of it's like they've got the analyst desk, so they've got in between.
Breaks. Yeah,
they've got a good amount of breaks. But
that's true. But
they are very impressive. They got
yeah,
good
they
stamina.
do like 5 hours of that a day.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. But yeah, you guys are doing great staying around here for this long. It is a marathon of a series here, almost 5 hours.
Almot's taking some damage. Blade of the Ring King gonna get popped by Eternity there. Atlas is gonna look for Flopper Goblin here. So he's gonna have to back away. And Almot is just getting pressured out of that lane. Dominance is gonna get popped. Stun does land, but not enough follow-up there. Flopper Goblin's gonna start hovering towards that side, but 37 seconds till Dragon spawns. And World Class Splash, they look like they're ready to take this one.
Mr. Necton has so much pressure in the top lane right now.
He does.
He has tier 2
got
before any other take. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. He has tier 2 before any other turret on the map has been taken.
That is crazy.
You need to answer that on the side of Predictive Gaming, because if you don't, he's just going to continue to push that. And, I mean, he's threatening an inhibitor at this point. It's really early. But, I mean, it's definitely possible that they could do that. And they're going to be able to set up for this early first Ocean Drake here. And it looks like they're not going to have much contention at all because it's going to be a 4v5 unless they can get this Camille over here.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that Predictive Gaming can do about this Dragon, so they're going to give over Dragon number 2. Not the end of the world. I think this was the right call. Because they weren't able to get pressure in the top lane. They weren't able to secure vision either, but Flopper Goblin is going to get taken really low. Has to use the Chrono Break just to stay alive.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I think this is a little bit concerning for Predictive Gaming Raijin. It looks a little bit unsteady.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing that we've seen different from this game than we've seen recently and the other games, that especially the ones that Predictive has won, as we see a lot of damage here.
Reese's Cup gonna get it stunned up against the wall and taken down now. Flopper Goblin, no Chrono Break left. Has to flash with the wall. Can he make it out of here, though? It's really hard to run away from Kane, as we do see the fight in the mid lane as well. Hextech Ultimatum as then popped. Almot's gonna be able to pick up a kill onto his enemy solo laner, and yeah, Flopper Goblin actually got out of that. He's teleporting. He didn't realize where Kane was.
Yeah, that flash was actually super great timed, to be able to dodge the Kane Q that was coming out of his ultimate. Great timing. That way he wasn't going to die there. And, puts that Kane in a hard spot where he can't really affect anywhere else on the map at that point. After that, failed kill.
I'm wondering, did Reese's Cup not have Shockwave for... Because I thought that was the reason why Flopper Chrono Breaked, to avoid the Shockwave, but I figured she probably would have burned it there. But she didn't use it all in that fight. Or was Orianna just not there?
She died really quickly in the fight.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, she got blown up. Okay.
Yeah, she got blown up, and then Eternity got blown up right after that.
You're right.
The chain CC on this team from Predictive Gaming is actually really insane. As we saw in that last team fight, you can kind of chain the Braum passive and ultimate along with the Poppy very well, and the Camille. So it's just really, really good. Really good uses of their CC to be able to chain it. And you saw on the Renekton there, he wasn't able to move there for like 3 seconds while they were just bursting him down. And he couldn't do anything about it because he just didn't have the ability to move. He was either stunned or snared there. And And the side of Predictive Gaming has started to show some signs of life, and they're clawing their way back into this game. They are up in kills, but they're down 2k gold, and you can see that in these team fights. But Predictive Gaming is not going down lightly. If they are going to lose this game, it's going to be a hard lost fight. And on the back of Almont, who has looked really, really good. He is coming out here as the Crocodile Hunter this game, and just able to really put Karma's in a bad spot.
Yeah, Karma getting taken out. Flopper Goblin looking for more, but he's not going to find it. And they had to burn the flash on the Jhin as well. So getting some big summoners out there. 1 minute and 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. And this one is going to be a little bit more important than the last one.
Yeah. Flopper might be in a little bit of trouble.
He does have Chrono Break available. That's going to be Eternity going in. He has to dice his way out. Stun comes out from Braun. Flopper Goblin, half health. I think Raijin should be able to secure this dragon. Orianna is on the backside of the fight here, though, so she can sneak around.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a minute up, and so people have time to recall.
You know, I actually thought it was spawning like a minute sooner than it was. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, normally it would be a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
For 4th dragon, it should be like right about now is when it should be spawning typically, but yeah, it's a little bit slow just because of when they took them. But yeah, they have plenty of time to be able to reset. As you can see, the Renekton's coming back right now. And they still have the vision lead, which is something that we haven't really seen much of coming on the side of World Class Splash this game so far, or this series rather. They haven't had a lot of vision control, so the fact that they do have it here in this game 5 is really important for them.
Almont gonna be engaging. Oh wow, he has a lot of damage with that Trinity Force. He's able to chunk out Eternity, and now Dragon has spawned. You know, I'm really tired, but I'm pretty sure that's the icon. Yep, there's the Dragon. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so Dragon has spawned.
Yeah, I mean, Predictive Gaming has the advantage right now in terms of their map placement. However, I mean, World Class Splash, if they are able to get a good engage, can really do a big number onto their team right now.
Dominus is still not available for a few more seconds. Glacial Fissure is coming up as well. Ultimate should be there, but there's no summoners on the side of Debay.
Yeah, and they're kind of just dancing around this dragon at this point. Not much is happening, though. And I think Predictive Gaming needs to make something happen here, or at least try to burst down this dragon to take it.
Yeah. Goblin's gonna go in as we see a fight down here in the bot lane. Almont gets chunked below half, and that could be a little bit of an issue here as the engage is gonna go in on the mid lane. They're gonna be able to pick up the Bay. Now the rest of the fight here to follow. A great ulti coming out from Sly as Atlas gonna flash and get 1 kill on the Bluebird, and the rest of the team is falling apart now. Goblin has to run away, 200 health left on him. Sly had to flash out as well, and Almat has rejoined the fight, but just a little bit too late. Eternity? Okay. I think World Class Splash, they just back off and get the dragon now.
Ooh, the fact that they didn't get the Echo there feels a little bit bad because he was so low. But yeah, World Class Splash going to be able to pick up this dragon. It's going to be their 3rd drake.
They're going to try for this.
Oh, they have to.
Sly is looking for the steal. He's not able to get it. Atlas secures the dragon. Now the fight to follow. Karma is going to fall. Reese's Cup flashes over the wall, barely staying alive now. Chrono Break to keep Goblin alive. Sly is falling super low, able to get the stun against the wall there. Atlas not quite able to pick up Sly just yet. Sly gets 1 kill now. Jumping back into the pit is Goblin, a 3-man knockup, and so many people low. Atlas getting 2 and makes his way out of the pit and is able to secure the dragon. What a beast on that king.
I mean, you were talking about it earlier, but Atlas, I mean, absolutely a beast right now. He's putting the team on his back, just like Reese's Cup did last game. And he said, we're not going to lose this game if I have anything to say about it. Atlas is absolutely going ham this game on the red cane, just being able to kill anyone he wants. And it seems like he's just really unable to die. He only has 1 death on the entirety of the game, and he's just constantly been in fights, has that 100% kill participation with a bunch of solo kills too.
Yeah, I honestly, like, he is one of the best players that I've seen in this league, undoubtedly. Absolutely showing up tonight as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, just looking at the map state right now, you know, Predictive Gaming Chronos, you know, World Class Splash is kind of pushing the tempo of the game a little bit here now on Soul Point. Raijin has to respond, but I really feel like as this game goes on, Raijin is starting to come online. I think they have a lot of strengths here, and see Chalapi, Glacial Fissure will come out onto him. He does get slowed, but there's not enough follow-up. Good Karma Shield coming out to keep everybody safe, so... And it's just, it's always impressive to see how fast World Class Splash, the rest of the team is able to respond to an engage, and Almont is just going all in for this Karma. X-Tech Ultimatum burned, but he's still chasing it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is fighting, and Almont is just determined to get this Karma. Not able to find it though, and will go down. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is fighting, and all this time, Renekton is in the bot lane pushing turrets. They are able to find one, but at what cost? 4 members are going to go down for Predictive Gaming Raijin, and Renekton is on the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, that was a 4v5. That's absolutely gigantic for them. I guess technically Sly really wasn't part of that. I think that's a big misplay on his part. He needs to be at those fights.
Yeah.
You know, he needs to be the front line for their team, because other than him, you have the Braum, which isn't quite online yet. You can see he really doesn't even have a full item completed, and you just don't have a he just doesn't have a front line without this Poppy. So the fact that she wasn't able to be there really is a huge misplay on the side of Predictive Gaming. Because you need to have that Poppy for these fights, especially at this point in the game, where it seems like World Class Splash, even if they have even numbers, are able to slightly win these fights. And the Jhin just did so much in that team fight. Even while he had 3 people in his face, was just able to, you know, pick up those couple kills at the end there, and really make a huge impact on that fight.
Yeah, and it's so difficult when you have a Kayn that is this far ahead, because he's so disruptive in these fights. You can't even just, like, focus him down, because if you do, the rest of the team is just going to wail on you from the other side. So, Predictive Gaming Raijin, they've really got to pull something out of the bag here. This is the final game of the series. It's do or die. This game decides who's going to the finals and who's going third place match. It's all on this.
I mean, World Class Splash here is looking to make waves, as we've said multiple times. They are, they not only did they give this Predictive Gaming team their first loss, they gave them their second loss. Now they're looking to take the series over them. And they're in a position to do that. They're on Soul Point up here in 15 seconds, but Reese's Cup is a little
Reese is going to get caught out. A great shockwave on the 3 members of the team. All the while, Kayn is just dealing so much damage onto the rest of them. Braum is going to be the first person to fall here. Sly is going to get taken very low as Chalapi is kiting him back and forth, but Almont coming in from the backside gets the Hex-Tech Ultimatum down onto the Bay, but here comes Atlas. He's looking to clean up. Almont gets 1 for himself, but that's going to be a 3 for 2 when it's all said and done. And this could be Dragon Soul going over. They've got to contest, but Sly is so low on HP. He's going to look for it, but Eternity is going to try to zone. Sly does not have Flash available. He's got the Blast Cone, but can he get away from this Kayn? I don't think so. Blast Cone's over, but he's going to die. And that's going to be Dragon Soul going for World Class Splash. And that is just so huge.
Yeah, and Atlas still has that gigantic kill participation. He has 14 out of 16. So he finally dropped that 100% that he had. But I mean, he's just been absolutely everywhere this game. He's looked like a completely different player than what we saw at the beginning of this series, and he's just absolutely been able to, you know, turn around his mentality to make this game a point that, or to a point at least, that they've just been able to, you know, look like a completely different team from what we saw at the beginning of the series.
Sly is down for one more second. He has respawned now and is trying to make his way back to the Baron pit. The Baron has been stopped though, so good job by Raijin to push them off. World Class Splash not quite feeling confident that they can win these fights, you know, like head on. They seem to want to play the map, and I think that's the smart thing to do here. They don't need to just brute force a 5v5. They can play the map. They can push towards this dragon, threaten the bot lane. Minions are on the inhibitor right now, so Predictive Gaming Raijin kind of needs to respond to this. Atlas is going to hop onto the wall, try to get a stun onto one of the members. Sly does get a nice dash block there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what more I can say about this game other than the fact that, you know, Atlas has just looked so great here. He might be a little
bit going to go in onto Atlas. Atlas gets chunked below half health, but the rest of the team is trying to respawn. Atlas, all of his health just reappeared. Goblin on the backside of the fight here. Dominus has been popped by Eternity. He is very low though. Ultimate comes out of Goblin. Everybody falling so low. Hextech Ultimatum is going to come down. Eternity goes very low, but is not able to get secured there. Meanwhile, Atlas is just wreaking havoc on the back line. Bluebird's gonna fall. Teleport's coming out from Eternity. He's looking to end the game. And this is gonna be it, guys. In 32 minutes, 30 seconds, World Class Splash says, no, you may make a ripple, but we make a wave. And they're gonna take down the Nexus turrets and move on to face their sister team in the finals, looking to take first place, knocking the undefeated champions of their division out of their position. And moving on, World Class Splash, congratulations and best of luck to you guys next week in the finals. Predictive Gaming Raijin, you guys, it was a hard-fought series. I do not discount any of the players that were in this. They all played phenomenally. And honestly, like, what a series to cast. Thank you guys so much for that.
Awesome. Well, while we are waiting for that quick interview, wow. Yeah, amazing series. They started out World Class Splash looking like they had no shot. I mean, honestly, that first game was just an absolute stomp. Like over at like 7 minutes kind of thing. And they, you know, despite that, they, you know, reset their mentality. They went to game 2, took a game off of them. You know, the first loss that they had, or that Predictive Gaming had this whole season. And then not only did they do that, they were able to, you know, take another game and then able to win back-to-back games, which is the first time that we had even had that happen in this series. Where it had been going 1-1-1-1. You know, they were able to take 2 in a row finally, and were able to close the series out on a great note. You know, on the back of great play coming from the jungler, which was completely different from what we saw at the beginning of the series. And it looks like we do have Atlas here, as well as Sheldon, which I'm not 100% sure. Who's Sheldon again? All right.
Yeah, welcome guys. Please introduce yourselves. We have Atlas. Obviously, we know who you are, and yeah.
So
Sheldon.
I'm Eternity. I'm the top lane.
Eternity.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, congratulations, guys. That was a crazy series to cast, crazy series to watch. Obviously, okay, so like I'll try to like speed things up because it's so late. But you know, for you guys after the first game, my first question for you is like, how is your mentality in that game? We were thinking, okay, you guys just got a mental reset and go into the next one. What was it like for you guys?
Honestly, like game one, our mentals were a little bit like shot, but we were able to, come together. Our coach, helped us clear our heads. And with game two, we just went in with like clear mental.
Yeah, and I went like into game two for me personally. I know I was tilting out of this realm, and like I was like if you like my set play in the at the beginning of the lane was just so like off because I was still thinking about the last game. So I went into it a little bit rough, but I was able to bounce back
Yeah,
after
well,
we started to get rolling.
I just have to like really commend you guys for that because that was a like brutal defeat after that first one. So, being able to like turn your mentality around and come back and, go to a game number 5 and actually like win the series. Like, I just want to take a minute and like, let you guys let that sink in, like how awesome that is. So congratulations again, guys. Correct?
Yeah. So you guys obviously were coming into this game. You saw, Predictive Gaming, Ryzen here. They were undefeated coming into this series. So how did you guys prepare for them to be able to, take not only their first loss of the season, but win this series? Like what was your guys' game plan coming into the series to be able to do that?
So, Sheldon, you want to go?
Yeah, so what we did was, well, we just looked at, more so than their solo queue, because some of their players don't play a ton of solo queue. I mean, as a lot of players in Plat Leagues don't, but we looked at like their past competitive games, and we also looked at the overall stats for the league just to see like what kind of things, and if their 80 carry is actually like the number one RD rated team, whatever the RD, I think ReDefy. Anyways, he's like the number one player in the whole of like all the stats. He had like a 97. So we're like, okay, they kind of play through bot side. So we kind of went into it planning to play through our bot side, just see if they, or not play through them, but see if they could just if they could beat them, and if it was just that they were getting a ton of resources, or if it was more that they were actually like just hard smashing their opponents. And
Mhm.
then we were kind of willing to adapt, especially since we weren't sure which top lane they were going to play with until like they actually joined the lobby. So we weren't sure if we were going to play against someone that blind plays tanks or blind plays carries. So we ended up with the more aggressive of the two, and so we were ready to adapt with a lot of things with them because we were aware that they were such a dynamic team.
Right.
Yeah.
Alice, do you have anything to add to that?
Not really too much. I know, this isn't like BM or anything, but I personally know that Almat is a great laner. But if he can't get ahead in lane, he typically can't do much during the game.
Yeah.
So, like I faced him in other leagues before, so I just knew that like if we could stabilize our early, we would win late.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of what we saw out of you guys able to,
Yeah.
win that late game. But yeah, did you have anything to add to that, Small Dog?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say like that's something we touched on in stream is like it's very noticeable. Like Almond is a big carry for the team, and if it doesn't go well for him, it the team suffers definitely. Like you can notice that. So, Eternity, I had a question for you. Like, how did you feel matching up against Almond in a lot of those matchups? I think the in particular, I was curious about last game, the Renekton versus Camille. We were kind of speculating on like who wins that, and it was kind of back and forth. But yeah, how did you feel about that?
So traditionally that matchup is like very like the first until like level 9, until she gets Triforce, or at least like Sheen, it's pretty Renekton favored, and then she just completely like outscales him as Camille kind of does. But Almond is a really good Camille player, and my Renekton
Yeah,
is a little bit rusty. So going into that, like the last time I played Renekton, it was like in a flex game with our team, and I went like 4-21. So
Yeah.
that that was the kind of practice we were going into with that pick. But it's something that it's always gonna like it's a reliable stun. So Echo and Camille, if they ever try and enter the fight, it's just like, okay, there you go, you're all stunned up, and then we have plenty of follow up CC
right.
for a guaranteed. So it definitely wasn't like I should be winning it harder, but due to the fact that like he's very good at his champion and I wasn't so good, it just kind of went that way. But I did have a little bit of pressure on him in the early lane, and if I properly comboed my abilities, because Renekton's W breaks the Camille's shield, which is one of the main reasons why she is able to win trades a lot of times.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Well, I got to commend you. You know, even if you come out of lane behind, you still have such a presence, you know, in the mid game. So absolutely phenomenal job on your part. Crack, did you have anything?
Yeah, I just have one more question. I don't know if you guys were aware yet, but your sister team, World Class Avalanche, actually won the other semifinals. So you guys will be facing them in the finals. Do you have anything to say to them?
We wish them the best of luck. We're really good friends with them, but we did just face them in Upsurge and beat them. So
Ooh,
we if we're looking to replicate that.
All right, Atlas, you have
Pretty
anything to say?
confidently. I mean, like, I wish them the best of luck. They're sort of gonna need it.
oh snap!
I mean,
All right.
we just you know got down in the dirt and beat what was probably the best team in this league,
Yeah,
and so like everything after that should just be much easier.
Awesome.
wow.
Well, that's
those are
all I have. But
those are some big words. I love that.
yeah, absolutely. Well, do you guys, before we let you guys go for the night, do you guys have any shout outs or any extra insights you want to give on the games?
You know, ban my cane. It's a genuine suggestion. I've been putting in too much solo queue time on it. I genuinely suggest ban it. It's not worth facing.
All right. Any shout outs for you guys then?
I'd like to shout out our bot lane because I feel like they get kind of like fall to the wayside a lot of times, and I think they actually pull up and do a lot of work when it's necessary and really pull through
True.
and don't get any of the shine. So
That's
definitely
true.
props to them.
All right, definitely.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming on. We appreciate you guys doing the interview, and congratulations on your, you know, pretty substantial win today, I'll say. And best of luck against Avalanche in the finals next week. And yeah, thank you guys again. And to all the people who are watching, thank you guys all for joining us. Thanks for the broadcast team. You know, for all you guys do. You know, there's no league without you guys. So on behalf of myself, Crackedonius, and the entire crew, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.